Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call the Special Finance and Audit Committee meeting to order and recognize firstly that we are on the traditional territory of the Snuneymuxw First Nation. Our clerk today will be Ms. Sheila Gurry. The question period sign-up sheet is on the partition wall near the gallery. And if anyone has a question arising out of the meeting with respect to an agenda item, would you please write down your name and the agenda item on the sheet. At the start of question period, I'll call you up. The first item is the introduction of late items, Ms. Gurry, and we have a few.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. For late items, we are for agenda item 6A2, development approvals and bylaw and parking. We're reversing the order of those two agenda items. We're also going to reverse the order of agenda items 6A1, facilities and parks operations, and 6A2, recreation and culture, just so they match the slide presentations. And for agenda item 6A1, development services, we're replacing the entire presentation. There was a couple of errors, so those presentations have been replaced.
Thank you very much. A motion for approval of the agenda is amended. Councillor Turley, seconded Councillor Bonner. All those in favour? Opposed? Motion carries. We have no minutes to adopt. I'm actually reading the agenda this morning. It's always healthy instead of relying on memory. We have no presentations. Oh, we're bereft of work this morning. Six, reports. The 2020-2024 financial plan and operating budgets. Ms. Mercer.
Good morning, Your Worship.
Welcome back.
Yeah. We're going to continue off from where we left off on Wednesday with the business plan presentations. So we'll have development services, parks, recreation and culture, engineering and public works, and we'll finish off with RCMP and police services today. So there's a lot of information today, so we'll start off with development services.
Thank you very much. Mr. Lindsay. The coffee of the morning, ready to perk us up and start us off.
Good morning, Your Worship Council. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you this morning. I have exactly one slide. They're not allowing me to talk very much this morning. So I know you're thinking to yourself, we don't hear enough from Mr. Lindsay on Monday nights. So. But just a very quick introduction, overview of our development services division, and I'm going to quickly turn it over to the two directors, Mr. Corson and Mr. Holm, who are going to walk through their departments with you today. I just wanted to take a moment before I pass it on, is just to recognize that when they come up and start going through their departments, they're going to talk about and introduce the managers that are available, that were available to come today, and just kind of give you a sense of that team. But I did want to acknowledge there's about 80 staff overall in our division now since the reorg with the addition of the bylaw department. And although I and sometimes the directors are the face that you get to see once or twice a week, there's a whole team of people behind us that are actually the real face to the community. So whether it's our bylaw officers, our building inspectors, our switchboard operators, our front counter staff, those are the people that make literally hundreds of points of contact with our general public every week. And I think I just want to take a moment and acknowledge the great work they do and how fortunate we as a management team are to get to work with those people. So, Your Worship, unless there's any questions of me, I'm going to immediately pass that over to Mr. Corson to begin the day.
Mr. Lindsay, thank you very much, and thank you for your words about the people who work for the city. Much appreciated, and seconded by council. Mr. Corson.
Great. Good morning, council. Good morning, Your Worship. So I'm looking after the community development team at the moment, and we have the real estate section, which reports to myself. We don't have a manager at the moment, so that's still my role. The permit center is managed by Ms. Heidi Davidson. She's not here today. Community planning is managed by Lisa Bhopal Singh, who should be here a bit later. Bylaw services is looked after by Mr. LeBurge. And economic development right now is looked after by me as well. So we've got lots of really fun and interesting departments reporting in this section. Oops. Okay, sorry, I guess I already went through that one. So in terms of the share of the budget, you can see that it's relatively small, 2.4% of the overall city budget. Wages obviously make up the majority of our section. We do the other money we do use is generally for studies and contractors. So in terms of achievements, lots goes on. It's hard to keep track of it all, especially since we took over in July, but Ms. Paul Singh and her team have been very active with the Health and Housing Task Force. That's been a huge amount of work, and looking forward to seeing some success come out of that. The community advisory committees have been going since the temporary housing was set up, and those are a lot of work and important to be reaching out to the community on the temporary housing. Affordable housing opportunities. So again, we have our affordable housing strategy. We're working with BC Housing actively on trying to action some of those opportunities. In terms of bylaws, we've been busy updating the bylaws since Mr. LaBerge came on. We've updated the smoking bylaw. We're in the process of hopefully finishing up the home-based business regulation. And Ms. Davison worked on the intercommunity business license, which lets people now operate business across the island. Ms. Paul Singh's team was very active with the age-friendly community work, which was just endorsed. We've been very active starting this year in terms of truth and reconciliation. Again, Ms. Paul Singh's been leading that very effectively. We entered into the Pure Fiber agreement with TELUS this year, and they're actively implementing that across the community, which is great for Nanaimo to have that infrastructure inserted for us. We've been looking at the economic development function, and as council knows, we did a service review of that, and we're in the process of on Monday you appointed the committee members, so we're going to be off and running on the economic development strategy and setting up the external function. At One Port Drive, we've been busy getting the property ready for development. We got the road built this year, we've got the walkway put in, we've the master plan's approved. We're looking forward to coming back to council soon to seek some direction on how you want to proceed with that. The Departure Bay walkway, completing the walkway from Departure Bay to the estuary, that's ongoing work. We've just got the initial results of the feasibility study done there, and we're going to be coming back to you hopefully in January with the results of that and showing you some of the concepts. And Mr. Schulberg, who reports to Ms. Paul Singh, has been undertaking the archaeological overview assessment for the whole city in conjunction with SFN. That's going to be really important for our development permit and development work in the city.
Mr. Corson,
Yeah.
and I'd like to use this as an opportunity for the public who's listening or watching, as the case may be, the affordable housing opportunities as it's described, how many units that would fall into that general category, if you can, are under construction right now in the city, and what's before us that may come to council for approval? Sorry. Ms. Bopal Singh is...
Yeah, I'm sorry,
we'll
I don't have the number off the top of my head. Mr. Lindsay might.
She was doing the Lord's work till 7 o'clock last night at the Kinhut, so...
Yeah, we'll provide that number to you, Worship.
Thank you.
Sorry. Some of the challenges our team is facing are, as council is well aware of, some of the social issues plaguing the city at the moment. And there's lots, it includes the Health and Housing Task Force, it includes all the work that our bylaw department's doing that you're well aware of. The land acquisition budget is something we raise with council every year. Right now, council allocates $600,000 a year to purchasing land in the city, and that number hasn't changed for about 15 years now, 20 years. Every year we come back and ask for it to be increased. Land values have increased. The budget hasn't, so this is it's something we think should be adjusted to reflect county council's priorities in terms of properties they may wish to purchase. The economic development function, maybe not a challenge, I think it's a great opportunity, but next year we'll be busy in terms of getting us up and running and getting some clear direction on how we want to deliver economic development, identifying what our priorities are, and starting to make some progress on those files. Probably the biggest project for my team is going to be the OCP update next year, which we're doing in conjunction with Parks, Rec and Culture and with the Active Transportation Plan. It's going to be a very exciting project next year. There's going to be a lot of consultation, and hopefully that's going to give us a chance to reset the vision for how our community grows going forward. So very excited about that next year. And then downtown Nanaimo, again, a challenge, but I think a huge opportunity. There's a lot of interest in downtown Nanaimo. Council's committed significant resources to a lot of what we call the quick wins for this year and next year. Hopefully we'll be able to leverage that with the private development, and I think we're going to see downtown starting to turn the corner. So yeah, in terms of some initiatives, again, the OCP review is going to take a lot of significant staff time next year, led by Ms. Paul Singh and her team. I think the economic development strategy is going to be just a really important document for us to have, so we have clear direction as to where our areas of focus are for economic development. The establishment of this external agency, still to be determined what exactly that's going to focus on, but that'll come out of the strategy. The business license bylaw is very dated, goes back to the 80s, so that's something we're going to be updating for you next year. Again, the affordable housing strategy, there's lots of implementation in that document, and Ms. Paul Singh's team is focused on ticking off that list. One Port Drive next year will be very interesting when we come back to council and get your direction and see how you want to proceed, but I presume we'll be quite active on that file. The waterfront walkway, so we're going to come back to you with those results early next year, and then we'll be seeking your direction as to how you want to proceed with that. Right now we're looking at that Green Shores approach. The Health and Housing Task Force, hopefully we'll be coming back to you, hopefully that committee will come back, the task force will come back to you with some recommendations, and council will be in a position to take some action. Again, the age-friendly plan, we'll be continuing on with that, and we're in the process of doing the child care needs study. So in terms of operating budget, you can see there's a bit of an increase going up for next year, and then it really plateaus going forward from that. Yeah, so Mr. LaBerge, we did a separate business plan for Mr. LaBerge, and he's going to speak to you about that. This kind of builds on the GPC meeting we had with him recently.
We're moving quite quickly. Any questions? Councillor Turley?
Sorry, Your Worship. I wasn't sure if this was the appropriate time or not, but with regard to the business license bylaw, I seem to recall, because I was on a committee that looked at it back in, I thought it was in the 90s.
Maybe it was the 90s? Okay.
Yeah. But at that time, we basically looked at having a flat rate with the few exceptions of specific businesses across the board, as opposed to that time there were rates for this and rates for that all over the map. So is there any plan as to which direction you're likely to be going? Or?
So right now, almost all businesses right now pay $165 for a business license. This is really about the actual regulations in the bylaw. A lot of them refer to legislation that's long passed. There's some terminology in there that's not relevant. So it's really it's a cleanup to bring it up to 2020, I guess. Yep.
Councillor Bonner, sorry.
Thank you, Worship. Again, on business licenses, I know last night we had an open house on short-term rentals. Most of the municipalities who implement policies on short-term rentals implement a business license plan. Mm-hmm. Does the budget here reflect the possible of implementing that plan and regulation of which would probably be in somewhere in the neighborhood of maybe 300 new business licenses on short-term rentals? And the other question I had is on that as well. I think, if my memory serves me correctly, we had a surplus of business licenses this year, which created a surplus in our budget for this year. Is that incorporated into this plan, unless I'm totally off base on that one?
I can answer the first question, and maybe Ms. Fuller can answer the second one. So we have not looked at that in terms of the short-term rentals, because until we've got the policy in place, we won't know what the rate's going to be. Potentially it'll be 165, or maybe it'll be a different rate depending on the direction you provide. So that has not been included in the budget.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you. When was the last time that you said that you looked at the budget for bylaws? Was it the 90s?
The budget,
I'm sorry, not for bylaws, for business licenses.
yeah, I believe it was in the early 90s. Yeah.
So then we were probably much lower than other municipalities, would that be correct?
In terms of our rate that we
Yeah.
charge? I think we've adjusted the rate from time to time, but
Okay.
we're actually looking at the actual regulations in it, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Fuller.
Through the chair to Councillor Bonner. So for business licenses, we're just slightly over budget for the year. Where we've actually seen the increase is in inter-community business licenses, and we have updated the projected budget for 2020 to reflect the increase in the issuing of those licenses.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Corson.
Thanks, Your Worship.
Mr. LeBerge.
Morning, Your Worship and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you yet again. Mindful that you listened to me describe this plan in great detail at a recent GPC, so I'll try to be fairly brief, as I know you have a busy agenda today. As you know, we cover 3 business areas in bylaws, that being the bylaw services, which consists of 4 officers and 2 clerks out of the SARC building, our parking division, which operates out of the community police and services offices downtown, with a parking clerk and 6 parking bylaw officers, in addition to 2 municipal enforcement officers that we operationally manage out of the police detachment, but their budgets don't actually come out of our business line. And then thirdly, the animal control contract, which is a third-party contractor that operates our shelter and does our animal enforcement in the city. That's a 3-year contract that was extended for an additional 2 years, and that'll be coming due in the summer of 2020. So quickly looking at our share of the city budget, it's about 2%, and that accounts for the wages of our officers and administrative staff. That also covers the operation of the animal shelter, which also receives 100% of the revenue from dog licenses, which is about 7,000 licenses a year. We have to rent and manage the office, the community policing office downtown, and we also manage 3 parkade facilities as well as 4 surface lots that includes various aspects of maintenance and snow removal. And actually, the snow removal is an interesting challenge this year that both my division and the police services weren't able to get any contractors to do our snow removals. We're working with the Parks Department to try to increase a bit of their fleet equipment so they can do some of that work for us. That's just kind of one of the challenges. It seems that a lot of these contractors go for some of the bigger parkades and malls in the city, and it's very hard for us to get that work done. We also have a fleet of vehicles, which includes several trucks. We do a lot of kind of vicarious sanitation work on the homeless front. We have a computer-equipped license plate recognition vehicle that does a lot of our parking work and vehicles for our bylaw officers. And then lastly, we also administer the adjudication system for the city on all our ticketing matters. So turning to some of the achievements from 2019, we did acquire 2 new parking bylaw officers. One started in May of 2019, and the second one in July. That second position was in conjunction with the hospital area parking plan, which we thought would come online this fall, but will probably commence in January, February of 2020. But notwithstanding with all the security work, they're already busy dealing with some of the issues we have in and around the city. We've enacted a number of key bylaws in 2019, one of the most significant being the parks regulation bylaws. Our parks bylaws hadn't conformed with decisions of the Supreme Court of British Columbia that were respectively about 7 and 14 years old, and that was updated in January following the closure of our tent city. We also rewrote our public nuisance bylaw and our nuisance abatement bylaw. And I can tell you that I'll be speaking to a GPC next week on public safety, and I'll be speaking in quite a bit of detail about the significance of those bylaws at that time. Homelessness, as I said, it's really a significant social issue in the community at this time. 2018 December, we closed the largest tent city in the history of British Columbia, and it transitioned into a couple of temporary housing sites throughout the city. And it's estimated there are probably 70 or more homeless encampments around the city at any time, as well as a fairly robust open-air drug market downtown in the Wesley Street area. And these are things that take up a great deal of time of my staff. The updated nuisance property bylaw is a really important tool as well that we use as a municipal tool to respond to the disorder around drug houses in the community. And lastly, parking. You're going to hear a lot in the months to follow about the downtown mobility study that's underway. And what we're finding is that parking congestion downtown is becoming more and more of a pressing issue. We're recognizing that the combination of VICC, the hotels, casino, and the theater, that we have a significant event hub that puts a lot of demands on our parking infrastructure at times. And our parkades are presently operating just about at permit capacity across the 3 facilities. Looking quickly at our call volume that the bylaw department responds to, it's rising slowly but steadily each year, but what I pointed out at the recent GPC and would say again today is that there's a substantial increase in the area of security and homelessness related matters. My officers would anecdotally estimate that about 70 to 75% of their time is committed in these areas. And if you look at the number of encampment calls went to in 2016 at 161, we're probably going to be going to more than 400 this year. And what in 2016 might have been a person sleeping in a doorway often now is an encampment with a dozen or more people settling in parks that takes the combined resources of the police, our sanitation department, and bylaws, sometimes for a week or more at a time. Recent example being in the Caledonia area where we removed 7 1-ton truckloads of debris and property from a single encampment. So although the number of calls are rising slowly, the scope of work involved in each one of them is rising significantly over time. So moving into 2020 and the key challenges, again, homelessness and the public disorder associated with the opioid crisis will continue to consume most of our time and resources. And as I pointed out, the GPC a couple of weeks ago, as the police resources are taxed, we're finding that the bylaw officers are increasingly the first responders to the disorder issues that are associated with homelessness and addiction. Talked a lot about our parkades and their capacity. One of the fortunate things with the homelessness downtown is we have a very high incidence of vehicle and property crime in our parkades, and just about all of our nighttime private security resources that used to patrol the downtown streets for us are now committed just to try to address the vehicle crimes that we have in our facilities. Another challenge we had last year moving forward is that we lost over 100 of our single head parking meters, which we estimate results in a loss of about $120,000 a year in parking revenue. And one of the things that our mobility study should be looking at is our next steps to start rolling out some of the kiosk metering and other areas of the downtown core as we move forward into the next year. Animal control, I'm just going to talk about it on our next slide in our 2020 initiatives. As I noted, moving to 2020, we expect the hospital area plan. We're just working with our traffic and engineering department now to order the equipment and have it installed, and that I hope will commence in about January, February of this year. Graffiti is another big challenge around the city. About a decade ago, we had a graffiti task force that was led by our Public Works Department, and that's kind of fallen to the wayside in recent years. And one of my officers who was with Public Works at the time is kind of the one person remaining in the city that understands the legacy of that, and we're trying to resurrect that and address some of the unsightly aspects that are hit by graffiti in the city, and we're going to turn a lot of attention to that in 2020. With respect to our parkades, a lot of project work was done in 2019, including the replacement of the tension strand beams in the Bastion Parkade. And in 2020, we'll be moving on to replacement of some of the surface membranes in both the Bastion Harborfront Parkade. And then moving on to animal control, which I spoke at considerable length at the GPC. We've recently hired a consultant just to do a service review of the animal control contract as we prepare to renew it next summer. My understanding is that the scope of the service that we provide with respect to animal control hasn't changed probably since the mid-1980s, when the city was about half the population. We have 2 full-time animal control officers and 1 part-time, and that's to do enforcement in all the park streets, all the dangerous dog and dog bite matters, removal of carcasses. It's a great deal of work spread among just a very few officers, and we want to have a look at that. The other thing is our animal shelter, I'm told from an evaluation, 2017 is kind of reaching the end of its life, and in its current state probably falls well short of the current standards of animal care, and they're going to be looking at options on how we could upgrade or replace that facility, or look at other opportunities within the community. And coinciding with all of that is the animal control bylaw, which is very dated, and we'll probably be rewriting it and repealing the old one and making it align with whatever the recommendations of our consultant is.
Mr. LaBerge, before you go on, periodically we get correspondence from people suggesting a cat control bylaw. Sorry to bring up a difficult topic, but I just wonder if you can comment, if we were going to do that, what would it mean in terms of budgetary impact potentially, given the number of cats in the city and having regard to perhaps other communities that do have them, although I'm not conscious of any of them. But
yes, thank you, Your Worship. That's a good question, and one that the Catnap Society recently contacted me, and I'll be meeting with them in the next couple of weeks to bring that very question to the attention of our consultant. My understanding is one of those things that it costs a lot to ignore, and it costs a lot to bring in some enforcement. And I think really what we're going to look at is whether there's some opportunities around the area of spading and neutering to control the population, as opposed to trying to actually regulate it in greater depth. And I suspect that's kind of the place we'll be going. But of course, whatever we do will come with some budget requirements.
some controversy. Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you. I don't know if you can answer this, Mr. LaBerge, but since we've brought parking back in-house, has there been a difference? And will that be addressed with the downtown parking plan, as before we used to contract out?
Through the chair to Councillor Armstrong, I think the real benefit of having the parking in-house is that we made the park controllers into bylaw officers, and then we get that extra security enforcement aspect around it. I guess it's both a benefit and a drawback, in as much that often the enforcement component of parking doesn't always get done when they get called to deal with the homeless matters, but it gives a lot of versatility into the work they can do downtown.
Thank you.
Councillor Bonner.
Thank you, Worship. I don't have any questions. I just wanted to thank Mr. LaBerge for the work that you and your department do. I think you're understaffed and overworked. I would like to have seen more of that in the budget, but I don't think I would wish the work that you guys have to do, and ladies have to do on a regular basis, on my worst enemy. So I want to thank you for the service that you and your department do for this city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Councillor Turley.
Thank you, Worship. Through you to Mr. LaBerge. So I've noticed that this parkade anyway has gone with the ticketing electronics to license recognition. And I guess my question on that is I'm assuming that's done for time efficiency for the staff, so that they can actually just look at the license plate as opposed to having to look for a ticket in the car?
Yes, through the chair to Councillor Trilly, that is correct. We are still doing further work to try and transition our technology. We can't use LPR technology in the parkades because we have a contract with Robbins Parking with their equipment, and that's still done through visual checks, but we are now getting our software updated so that we can use LPR, and yes, we can cover vast geographic areas throughout the city much faster through the computer technology. They're very efficient.
Thank you. Carry on. Thank you.
I don't know what I can say to this slide other than that's the amount of money we spend and it creeps up every year.
Like my waistline.
I don't know that this slide necessarily belongs to me.
There you go.
Am I done?
He gets the hook. Thanks, Dave.
Thank you, Mr. LeBerge.
So we have two changes that we're proposing to the budget in our section. So one is, and these are both related to the service review that was done for economic development. So one is to create a manager of economic development position, which is an in-house manager. And then the other is to have money available to fund the new economic development function going forward. So the manager position is $166,000, which includes some one-time costs to get the position up and running. And then for the economic development function, we budgeted $300,000 so that in terms of the timing, the idea is by July, we should have the economic development strategy complete. And at that point, there'll be a desire to establish the external economic development function. And we'll need funding to do that. And there'll probably be a desire to actually start implementing some of the actions in the economic development strategy. So we need funding to do that. So we've put around $300,000 into the economic development function, which we'd see likely drawn down in the last half of next year. And then other ones that were, other business cases were put together, but that were not brought forward to you. One was the animal shelter that Mr. LeBerge was referring to. He did mention that we've got the service review underway at the moment. And once that's done, we'll have a better understanding of where we're going to head with the animal shelter. This was about a $300,000 renovation, I think, that we're looking for, Ms. Fuller? Yeah. And, but we'll hold off until we have some more information on that one. And then in terms of bylaw officers, there was a business case put together to increase the bylaw officers from a 35-hour work week to a 40-hour work week. And that was left off just because of balancing other interests within the organization. So those are the changes we have for the budget for 2020. And if you have any specific questions, I can answer those.
Councillor Armstrong?
Thank you. Going to the animal shelter improvements, is there going to be any legislation or anything that's going to mandate that some of these have to be done based on animal cruelty or anything like that? Or is this just that it's a need, like it's a want-to-have, or is it an absolute need that could be legislated?
I don't believe it'll be legislated, but the review that was done showed that the animal shelter is definitely not to today's standards. It does require upgrades. We've been limping along for the last 20 years. It's just how much longer we want to keep doing that.
Thank you.
We included it.
Any other questions?
Yeah.
So, Councillor Martin.
So out of curiosity, why haven't we included it in the draft budget?
So next year, the animal control contract comes up, it expires, and we'll be coming back to council that time seeking direction to either renew that contract or to head down a different path. So the service review we're doing with the consultant, he'll provide us some recommendations, which will say, based on an IMO, we think you should resource this function a little bit more, or there's different ways of delivering the service, and maybe delivering that service doesn't involve actually using the current facility. So we don't want to spend the money in the facility until we know we're actually going to use it.
So it'll probably come back to us later.
We'll be back. Yeah. Yeah.
Anyone else? Mr. Corson, thank you.
Thank you.
Who's up next?
Mr. Holm.
Good morning.
Great. Good morning, Your Worship and Council. So I'm looking after the development approvals area, which includes, sorry, I'll flip the slide here, which includes subdivision, engineering, and environment sections, building inspection, and current planning. Subdivision section, we're currently recruiting a manager for that section. Environment and engineering environment, sorry, is managed by Mr. Dean Mousseau. He's attending this morning. Building inspections is managed by Mr. Darcy Fox. He was unable to attend this morning, unfortunately, but also managing the current planning section. You're familiar with Ms. Lania Rowett from many interactions she has with council through development approval processes. So our share of the...
Can I just ask a question right off the bat?
Sure, absolutely.
The other day we heard from technology and they're doing a mapping process of how the approval process goes. Do you see that as having some, how shall I say, can we look forward optimistically that it might assist in how we do this?
Sorry, I missed the question.
From IT, the other day we heard that they're engaged in a mapping process, they called it, to trace how applications come and how they're processed, et cetera. And I'm just wondering if you could comment on that and say, is that something we might optimistically look forward to as assisting? Because I state for the record, and publicly people need to know, the same number of bodies are essentially processing twice as much work this year as they did the previous year. And that is a remarkable amount of work to undertake. So
yes, actually,
that there may be some things that we can support as council that would assist.
Yes, absolutely, Your Worship. That's something I want to touch on some of the initiatives we're working on, trying to improve our processes and working with IT on that. There's definitely some technology we can take advantage of.
I'll shut up and let you talk.
No, that's great. Thanks for that. Not for the shutting up part, but the question.
He never says that to us.
Clearly supported by council in that position.
So sorry, our part of the budget is 3%. It's largely attributed to wages. As far as achievements, the big story obviously is the volume of development processing, development approvals. Figures here, I'm just going to say, as far as the 2019 figures, those are projections to year end. There may be some variation in those depending on, there's a few significant projects that we're looking at. We're getting close to year end. They may not quite slip under the wire. They may end up being approved in January. But right now we're sitting at, obviously you can see it's a record year for development, both in construction value and units approved through, these are building permit approvals values. At the moment, as of October 31st, we're sitting at 1,540 roughly units approved. So those are actually out the door as of October 31st, and construction value at about $356 million as of October 31st. But there are a few significant projects that we're anticipating could tip us towards the higher end of the value shown the projections submitted on the or presented on the screen there. So that's a big story this year for us. Has impacts in all of the areas that fall under development approvals. I'll talk a little bit more about that in a bit. As far as achievements, these are some highlights I've got here. I'll add a few extras, but Council's aware of some steps we've made towards implementing the BC Energy Step Code recently with amendments to the building bylaw and inclusion of the step code within the zoning bylaw Schedule D density bonusing provisions. Those are some significant achievements. We are actually working on an update as directed by Council with the Environment Committee. I'll touch on that. An update to the step code implementation strategy. I'll touch on that a little bit later. Also, the tree voucher program is back by popular demand. We're quite happy with the uptake in the community on that. That's funded actually through cash in lieu provided by development for tree removal, where developers are unable to plant the same number of trees on property after development. They're required to under the tree bylaw. We can take cash contribution from that and use it to fund programs like the tree voucher program. And we've looked at, we've been doing that program for since 2017, so 2.5 years roughly. We've, at this point in 2019, we have 800 trees that have been, or 800 vouchers issued, not necessarily trees planted, but it will lead to 800 trees being planted. With the program in the last 2.5 years, we've planted 1,700 trees in the community, so that's a pretty good achievement. We've been happy with that. It's very popular.
Councillor Turley has a question.
Sure.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Mr. Holmes. So the tree vouchers, are they species specific? In other words, you know, exotic ones that could, are marginal as far as our climate is temperatures and whatnot, would not be included in that? Because I can see success rates of planting might diminish as a result of not being specific.
Sure, I'll give you an answer, and then I'll look to Mr. Mousseau to confirm. So they're not, generally we're looking at, looking at trees that fit within our climate. So we do have, a lot of people do purchase fruit trees and that type of thing. They're not necessarily trees that are native to the environment, but they are trees that, that grow, you know, grow well within the climate. Green Thumb has been the provider, and they would give advice on trees that are appropriate for the specific application, because they'll be on private property, so it'll depend on where they're planting, if that helps.
Yep, it does. Thank you.
Another significant initiative, and this is coming out of the Environment and Engineering section as well, but it has a broad applicability across the city. The council will be receiving this item for consideration in the new year. The climate resiliency strategy, that's quite an important undertaking for the city, and it's currently, we've got a draft strategy that we're currently reviewing. It would look at mitigation measures and impacts, options to mitigate the impacts of climate change across the city. So that's quite a significant project. It's been supported by a mapping initiative looking at sea level rise, but it also responds to all aspects of anticipated impacts of climate change and measures appropriate to respond to that. So we've also, council's established a new committee this year, the Environment Committee. We're supporting that along with across the city, various, it's supported by general managers from and sections of Parks and Engineering and Parks and Recreation and Culture, sorry. Looking at Mr. Harding, and by the engineering section, as well as under Development Services, Mr. Lindsay, and Ledge Services supports the committee as well. But it is a significant undertaking for council to, it's a priority under the strategic plan and an important move forward on that, and we're happy to support that. Not listed here, but also significant achievements out of Ms. Rowett's area. We had a significant round of general zoning bylaw amendments. I think council asked Councillor Turley, I believe, had the pleasure of introducing those as acting mayor at the time, I believe. It was quite a, I think it was 2 years in the making, quite a list of bylaw amendments that were happily approved. And we also have had a significant number of development permits and rezoning applications, as council is well aware. I believe we're probably in the neighborhood of 20 just just related to cannabis retail store applications on their own, around 20 applications. Development permits, we've approved development permits for over 1,000 units at this point. And important to note, and I'll kind of follow up to a question that came to Mr. Corson earlier, but approximately 60% of those we understand are targeted at purpose-built rental. So not necessarily affordable, but purpose-built rental. I'll touch on while I'm talking about that point to the question asked to Mr. Corson as to how many affordable housing units are actually under construction at the moment. We put together a quick list, and we're looking at in the range of 350. That's below market rental and/or supportive housing units. So that's in addition to, or I guess included with the number, the 1,500 units that have been approved for building permit across the city this year, are along the full spectrum of housing, including market rental, below market rental, and supportive housing, as well as condo units for sale and single-family homes for sale. So that's quite significant. I'm hoping that responds to the question. We're also looking at a number of projects that include student housing, which is another part of another important piece in the city, especially around the University District.
Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you, through you to Mr. Holmes. While we're on the topic of affordability, when I was at the UBCM, I think it was 3 years ago, they talked about our local policies are driving up the prices because of some of our policies, and we hear that from the developers. Can you comment on that?
Yeah, definitely there are, there's a number of factors that input into the cost of housing. There are fees and charges that developers pay in the range of, there's development cost charges, there's permitting fees, and works and services that have to be constructed. They're all working towards improving the livability of the city and ensuring that development contributes appropriately to improvements in the city that benefit the community broadly, as well as the development that's under construction, or proposed. And so that, yeah, there's an impact of cost implications of policy decisions that council makes on development, but they're generally intended to improve the livability of the city overall.
Would you know the value? Because they said it could be upwards of 100,000 per house. I think that was more towards Victoria. I think it was either Victoria or Vancouver, but they said, I think the developers here were talking 30,000, 50,000. Would that be accurate?
Difficult to comment on. We can talk about specifics, development cost charges or building permit fees, but developers will face a range of, depending on the site they've selected, a range of development costs related to infrastructure improvements and the like. It really depends on the type of housing that's being constructed and where it's being constructed, but it's going to be a wide range of cost per unit, if you want to look at it that way. Yeah.
Councillor Bonner.
Thank you, Worship. And this is really have nothing to do with the budget. It's, I think it's a philosophical.
Don't want to be really out of order already, do you?
It's a philosophical comment on the cost of housing. What we're talking here is the cost to build a house. And I think of all the things that exist in this world that are market-driven, housing is at the very top. And you sell a house for what someone will pay for it, regardless of how much it costs. Thanks very much. Mm-hmm.
Great. Thank you very much. And actually, to round this slide out on our achievements, and it speaks to the question that Councillor Armstrong asked. So the city is also, Mr. Mousseau's section, the city accepts a huge amount of infrastructure through development approvals annually, and obviously an achievement in the area is the review and acceptance of a significant amount of public infrastructure improvements. So development does no doubt improve the community. There's challenges that come with that, but Mr. Mousseau's section looks at reviewing and approving all of the infrastructure related to development, whether it's through subdivision or building permit, et cetera. So that's been a significant area of achievement in our section this year. Every year really, but it's been especially significant this year. So challenges going forward in 2020, staffing is definitely a challenging area. You can imagine there's some highly technical staff that work in this area, whether they're building inspectors or development engineering technicians and planners and a range of folks that support the work that we do. In staffing, we're obviously working in a competitive environment. We're working in a tight labor market. It's challenging to attract and retain talented staff, and we're working hard to do that. We've been successful in filling some vacant building inspection positions this year, which has been very good, and retained some key staff there. We're still challenged to fill a engineering development tech position that we're working to fill. We're finding that sometimes we'll be, partway through the process, and they've taken an opportunity elsewhere. So it's definitely competitive. We're going to keep working on that going forward, and but that will be an ongoing challenge that we'll have to stay on top of. I've identified here committee support as...
Sorry, Councillor Turley has
Sure.
a question.
Thank you, Your Worship. To you, Mr. Holm. Sorry, I keep asking questions as they come
problem.
up. But, so with regard to staffing, the question that comes to my mind is there, it wouldn't be a process, but how do you determine how many developments that come to the city in years to come? Is it just kind of a gut, or is there an actual process that is used?
Yeah, that's a great question. Through Your Worship, we do look at projections, obviously, and it's difficult to go too far into the future, and it is difficult to staff up quickly and respond to changes in development activity. So it is there is no crystal ball. We do look at, we're expecting for next year similar levels of development activity, and we have put forward business cases for positions. We've considered business cases for positions, and we'll continue to do so as we see the need. If there's a business case to support it, we'll put it forward for consideration.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Councillor Hemmons.
Thank you. We often hear about the backlog in permitting. Does that then transfer into inspections after? So are we, because of our bulge in development this year, are we looking at a bulge in inspections next year? And are we accounting for that?
Yes, that's a great question. We do definitely work very closely with the staff in all the areas within development approvals, work very closely together on and provide input on and are aware of all of development coming through the process, because as I think Councillor Hemmons is referencing, we have, so we go through maybe a significant rezoning, which would be followed potentially by a development permit, and then that's going to lead to hopefully building permitting approvals for a significant project. So we do definitely keep an eye on that, and we're very much, so building inspection staff are involved and aware of, and the manager of building inspection is aware of the different approvals that are coming down the pipe, so to speak. And as I mentioned, in Ms. Rowett's area, so significant development approvals this year that are going to lead to, we expect, significant building permit activity next year. And we do also work closely with partners and developers in the community that we know we expect significant, based on our conversations with them, we expect significant development activity to continue.
So if I can summarize, you're working with all departments and you're keeping your eye on it?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And a question regarding the last slide. I just did some numbers there. The 60% of purpose-built rental units, does that include the 350 below market or supportive, or are those in addition?
That would be included in that.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
You're welcome. So yeah, I've identified committee support as a challenge, mainly because it's a new committee we're supporting, the Environment Committee. We also support a Design Advisory Panel and Board of Variance. It's also an opportunity. It's not really, I mean, challenge isn't a bad thing. It's a good thing, and we're working. It's new business to support, which is great. We're working with the Environment Committee to help, along with, like I said, all the broad spectrum of support within the city for parks and recreation and culture, engineering, and as well as legislative services to support the Environment Committee. But we're working on a work plan in the early part of 2020 for the Environment Committee. We have a number of items that we anticipate based on Council's direction that will be priorities for the Environment Committee to work on, including step code implementation strategy update, which I mentioned earlier, and as well as the Community Sustainability Action Plan review. So, but we will be meeting early in the new year with the Environment Committee to start discussions on a work plan that would ultimately come forward to Council for approval. So for key initiatives for 2020, looking forward, community amenity contribution policy review. Now I know it's an area that Council's expressed some interest in, has seen through development applications, various community amenity contribution proposals that come forward through rezoning applications. We're looking at, we've actually selected a consultant at this point to help in that process in looking at doing a market sensitivity analysis and reviewing other communities' application of community amenity contribution policies. We're working towards a more transparent system. Part of the goals of this review would be a more transparent system, and we're looking at contributions that both contribute to the livability of the community while responding to market conditions, and that's sort of the goal of that review. We're looking at that you're likely to be seeing that in the second quarter of 2020. So fairly early in the year, you're likely to see some information coming forward to Council to make some decisions, consideration around community amenity contribution policy. I mentioned again earlier the Community Sustainability Action Plan. That's quite an important piece and identified through Council's strategic plan as a priority to update. And it was originally adopted in, the current plan was adopted in 2020. There's been, it identifies, so what it does is identifies strategies and actions to achieve greenhouse gas reductions. And that's definitely a priority for Council. We have the declaration, the Climate Emergency Declaration, and revision in the targets that we're looking to achieve to meet the IPCC targets that will have to be reviewed through to consider, how we might do that, and consider the impacts of doing that through the Community Sustainability Action Plan review update. So that's quite a significant project. We've got some money in the budget for that project specifically, and anticipate hiring a consultant to help us with that. And we're also looking at some bylaw updates for 2020. Development approval and procedures and notification bylaw. It was originally adopted in 1991. It guides. It sets out the requirements for notification for development approvals, and lays out the information requirements there. It's definitely in need of update. We're planning on bringing forward a round of general zoning bylaw amendments. We're going to try and make it we're going to bring it forward sooner and make it a little smaller than the last round, but it's important to keep our zoning bylaw. It's a very significant regulatory piece that we work with every day in the city, and it's important to keep it up to date, and we're going to bring forward a general amendments round for Council's consideration in 2020. Subdivision control bylaw, I won't get into the details. It's probably put you to sleep even though it's 10 o'clock, but it was originally adopted in 1987. That's the original bylaw. We have updated the reference documents to that, the engineering manual of engineering specifications and standards is a reference document to that is updated regularly by Mr. Sims' section. But the overall bylaw does need an overhaul, given it was adopted in 1987. So we'll be looking at doing that.
Councillor Bonner has a question.
Thank you, Your Worship, and probably more to Mr. Rudolph. When the community amenity contribution policy comes to council, will it be coming to a GPC meeting? Because I think we have a big conversation on it. Is that the plan?
Your Worship, any significant policy decision or and just bring it there for your general information and workshop format, and then you come to council in a formal setting. So the answer would be yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. As you can see, this is budget projecting out to 2024. Pretty level increases over that period, mostly attributed to contracted increases to wages. So proposed changes to the budget for this coming year for 2020. So looking at a couple key initiatives here. So 4 new building inspection vehicles. Currently, our building inspectors are actually they're given a monthly allowance, and they use their own vehicles on the job. And there's an opportunity here to meet a number of objectives and improve our service through shifting to actually their their e-vehicles for building inspectors. So we're looking at funding that. It's a one-time capital cost, but it'll be funded through I think it's close to 200,000 one-time capital for the purchase of the vehicles, and we're looking at funding that through the emissions reduction reserve. Obviously, there's the benefit of offsetting some of the CO2 emissions that we generate through the business that we do. There's improvements to the professionalism, the presentation of inspectors in a city vehicle. There's improvements to scheduling. There's a great list of improvements that this will help us achieve. So we're looking forward to that. I think it's an important initiative. And we're looking at a new position in Mr. Mousseau's area, an urban forestry technician. Generally, that we would anticipate that position would be assisting in calls for service response. At this point in 2019, we've had 230 calls for service. They'd also be looking at permit issuance, so they'd be taking over some of the duties of or assisting in the duties of the urban forest coordinator, and focusing on permitting and calls for service. We have. As the city's matured and the tree bylaw and urban forestry has become an important part of what we do, we're supporting that promoting that through initiatives like the tree voucher program and that. But there's a lot of work involved in that. There's a big public uptake and interest, and we have challenges responding to some of the demand for service there. And you can imagine after the windstorm in late 2018, that called on resources from many areas, including Mr. Harding's, but there was definitely a demand for going many months after the windstorm for calls for service related to tree issues and ongoing interest in improving the urban forest in the city. So that position will be key to helping us move forward with that. We've also got watercourse restoration enhancement program.
And Mr. Holm, I was going to interrupt Councillor Martman has a question, but say, and this is how public services and budgets grow. The public demands and the public wants, and so local government or any level of government is expected to provide it. And the question is the priorities and us sorting out whether we have the political wherewithal to face the budgetary consequences that inevitably flow from this, whether by way of cuts to other services or tax increases. Councillor Martman.
Thank you. Through the chair, if we can just back up a minute to the 4 new building inspection vehicles.
Sure.
I heard 200,000. Was that for all 4, or was that?
Correct. Thank you. Through your worship, that would be for the 4.
Okay, thank you.
Just worried, I think we were going to buy Teslas or something.
Oh, I thought I heard 2. That's right.
I think that would be popular, but not practical. But
Councillor Bonner.
Am I on? No, thank you, Your Worship. It was actually along that same line. I believe we heard earlier that these will be electric vehicles that we're purchasing?
Yes, correct.
and maybe through staff, do we have a policy that as we replace new, old vehicles in the fleet, that if there's an electric vehicle available to replace it, we use that instead of just a regular?
I believe Mr. Sims is going to address that.
Worship, thank you. That's a good question. Our fleet manager is developing a green fleet strategy, as council may be aware, but every replacement vehicle gets a thorough going over as far as what's fit for purpose. And we're definitely shifting away from carbon-based fuels to electrification. That's his focus, and there's a lot of incentives for fleets right now. Like we joked about a Tesla, but Tesla's moving in a big way to come into fleets. So definitely our direction is to re-examine, look at electrification of the fleet.
I look forward to defending Tesla purchases online.
Great. Thank you. Last item I've identified here is watercourse restoration enhancement program initiatives, and some details, just a little bit of detail. I won't go into too far on this, but we're looking at enhancements to the Millstone River generally in this project in 2020. So it's a phased approach to this, but 2020 we're looking at a scope, concept design, and monitoring initiatives around East Wellington Park, and we work closely with Mr. Harding's staff, and as well as important to mention here, community partners are involved in this, and nonprofits that support the work that we do there. But we work closely with Mr. Harding's staff on a lot of these initiatives. As well, involved in this multi-phase project is look at some improvements at the Millstone River estuary in 2021-2022 that corresponds with work that Mr. Harding's staff's doing as well. And lastly, I'm just going to touch on a couple of business cases that were developed but have not been included in the draft budget. The urban forest management strategy, and as it shows on the slide here, it was originally developed in 2010. It's been identified as being up for review. I think that's important work that should take place, but at this point, we believe that it would be appropriate to move that forward to a future year budget consideration. We would anticipate if council approves the addition of the urban forestry technician, that will free some staff resources up in the way of the urban forest coordinator, and to look at implementing the urban forest management strategy review in a future date. We also have significant other policy documents council's aware that are under review in 2020, including the official community plan, active transportation plan, and Parks Rec. I'm going to get it wrong. Parks. Oh, Mr. Harding's not here to look. Anyway, council's well aware of the significant other policy initiatives that are underway, and we think it would be appropriate to look at the urban forest management strategy update in a future budget year. That was identified as by staff as a business case. The other business case on the screen is manager of sustainability. Specifically, council provided direction to look at including an environmental position as a business case to put forward for budget consideration. So at this time, and I identified earlier, we're looking at in 2020 review and update of the Community Sustainability Action Plan, which I think will give us an idea coming out of that what resources would be appropriate to support the implementation of that plan. That plan is also implemented across the community, but we could see the need in the future, depending on the outcome of that plan, to have somebody additional resources directed to supporting implementation. But we would not be recommending that has not been included in this year's budget as a business case that's being requested. And that's all I had, I think.
Councillor Hemmons, thank you.
Thank you. Regarding the watercourse restoration and enhancement program, I see there's no HR attached to that, so that program will just fall to someone's current workload. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyone else? Councillor Armstrong.
Just wanted to thank you and your staff for all the work this year. You've had a phenomenal amount, and despite the complaints, I think you're doing fabulous, so thank you.
Well, thank you very much.
Yes, Mr. Holm, I want to echo that. I love gilding the lily, and for the public who hasn't been listening, we've gone from 906 dwelling units in 2014 to a projected 1,913 in 2019. We've gone from $230 million worth of construction value to projected $456 million, and essentially with the same number of staff, and as you pointed out, challenges in finding people to do it. So I think the city owes a great deal of gratitude to those who have struggled through and managed to get building permits out the door through what is a pretty dramatic change in the normal pattern in this community. Councillor Hemmons wants to say
Thank you.
something.
A really general question. Why are we experiencing such a boom? Is this happening in other communities? Is it about something about Nanaimo? Is it like, what's generating all of this building?
Well, it's definitely, I mean, we're not alone in that, but we are definitely experiencing a higher volume than most communities. And Nanaimo's obviously been identified as a relatively affordable, attractive place to live. Mr. Corson's work with the economic development portfolio will probably help improve on that. And there's a lot of good work being done across the city and initiatives by council to improve the livability of the city. And I think that's attracting people here, the location, climate, any one of a number of things that would attract people here. But it's definitely, obviously there's just developers have seen a demand, and they're responding to that, and yeah, we see this continuing next year for sure, and it's been quite a challenge, but it's really exciting too. So.
It's a good problem to have.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. And here I thought you were going to suggest was the new council. That was a joke. Mr. Rudolph.
I would like to echo the comments about council and the workload. Obviously, a tremendous workload there. And staff are attempting to balance their recommendations with not only we all want to go faster, but we have to go within our capacity to do this properly. So that's embedded in this presentation. The other part of it that's interesting, and we don't talk about it, is while we welcome all this growth, some in the engineering, for example, will say, well, this becomes now a cost center. And once we welcome and inherit the assets, like the infrastructure that goes with the development, and it's transferred over to city responsibility, this now increases our expenditure portfolio. For example, more garbage pickups, more responsibilities for fire hydrants, and all the administration that you can see of the greater calls for police service and all that. So there is a corollary that you can anticipate an increase in requirements for our. We're not working on the same level of staff of population every year. We're actually growing our population, so accordingly, you have to expect that there has to be an expansion of our expenditures. And throughout our presentations, we're not really doing a great service in a sense of illustrating where our revenue sources come in for all the building permits. So we see the expense side of the development services group, but we're not really reporting and talking as much about the revenue side. So there's a I just wanted to point it out that we will have to see growth in our the budgets just as growth occurs. So it's not a year-to-year comparison of the exact same footprint. We actually have a larger one, and we're growing at a fairly fast pace. So that's part of the explanation for the growth in our budget. And not all the tax revenues that we get from new development actually pays for itself, because it's fairly low density in some areas. So the higher the density, the more, and the locations will play a role in that. So I think our OCP will likely should be looking at that in a way of and not only what's good form from a land use point of view, but where's the most economic way to develop the city as well. So I just wanted to mention that great news, but also you'll perhaps hear from Mr. Sims that for every great news, there's a cost center that goes with that sometimes, and that we have to report that to you.
Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Worship. Through you to Mr. Rudolph, I think those are very wise words. I was talking to an elected official from a different jurisdiction the other day, and they said in their rezoning applications now, they're starting to request some cost analysis on what is sort of rough estimates of the long-term impact of the city taking on that infrastructure that they would through development. I'm just wondering, do we do that, or is that something we're exploring?
I suggest we defer that to either Mr. Lindsay or Jeremy. I'm not sure I could say that we specifically do that. I'm not sure if anybody in the development group has a comment on that, but it's something that, from a policy point of view, to be mindful of as we project where we would like to encourage our growth activity to take place and in what form.
Mr. Lindsay.
Thank you, Worship. I just maybe to add on to that, I would say for the most of the decisions and applications that come before council are largely what I would describe as infill from decisions that were made in the 70s around we're going to extend infrastructure from one end of a relatively new community that went overnight from being here to being a much larger Nanaimo. And I think many of the applications that we're excited about seeing now, and the real trend is this infill in our town centers and our urban nodes, things that we've been talking about in policy documents for 20 years, but we're actually seeing now on the ground. So for many of those projects that are coming forward, anytime we look at increased density, we're looking at, I think, at an improved, more efficient project. I do think that there will be questions coming forward when we look at the OCP and we talk about areas to expand or grow. And if you remember back into those guiding principles that council adopted when we sat down and talked with you, I guess a few weeks ago now, making sure that asset management was key in any future growth decisions, and we'll make sure that as part of the OCP that we have that discussion when we're talking about our urban boundaries, our urban nodes, making sure that we have a full understanding of what those decisions are and how they will cost the community in the long term.
Mr. Sims, you have something to add?
He's the cost center guy.
Thank you, Worship. Mr. Lindsay did address a lot of the points around, and what Mr. Rudolph has been talking about through this entire presentation is sustainable service delivery. And so this really speaks to exactly what Councillor Brown's point is, and coincidentally or not, we've started as a group, as a number of operational groups coming together to say, how can we define what the operations impacts are of each piece of new infrastructure? So we'll address that going forward for sure, but you'll hear more of my Eeyore version of development this afternoon.
Thank you very much, everyone. We're close to the morning break, and I think it would be inappropriate to start what is a long section on recreation and culture. So we'll reconvene at 10:35, please. Thank you. masochist, but he's a mean guy with a razor. Thank you, everyone. Ms. Snellgrove, welcome, replacing Ms. Gurry. I'd like to call us back to order and welcome Mr. Harding, Parks, Recreation and Culture.
Thank you, Worship and Council. We're surprised to start early. Typically, if we follow Dale Lindsay's group, we're usually takes more time and we're usually late getting started. So we've got more time now before lunch, so it's great.
Like many of us, we're all trying to slim down.
Another treat for council is that actually I won't, as Mr. Lindsay, I won't be doing the full presentation this year for the budget. So,
I want to remind everyone, we don't allow clapping or booing in the council chamber.
But what I'd like to do, Your Worship, is from this time last year, a number of changes have happened within the organization, particularly with council's support for reorganization. So we are now Parks, Recreation and Culture Division, and very excited to have culture back in that part of the family, so to speak. So I want to do, before I turn over to Liz Williams, who will be presenting on the Recreation and Culture, and then Art Groot on Parks and Facilities, I decided to do a quick update to council on a number of folks that are all sitting behind me. So first is Liz Williams. And Liz can stand because I'm going to embarrass Liz for a second. So, yeah, that's right. So similar to the way with her sister last year, Liz is now as acting Director of Recreation and Culture. And I say acting because Liz will be leaving us in July after 34 years of great service. She will be retiring. What's that? You got the wrong month. January. I keep hoping it's July, but it's gonna be January. So after 34 years, a lot of great service from Liz. And although council may see her at the council meetings before she leaves, this will definitely be her last budget to be presenting. So in continuing with Liz's section, just a couple changes. I'll leave Darcy to. Well, Darcy's not here. Hopefully she'll be here. So Darcy Osborne, who was arena manager last year, is now manager of recreation services. And Darcy's taking on, with some of the reorganization, management of Bevan Park facilities, but also all of our recreation programming now, and soon to be our field allocations. Now there's Laura Clarkson. Laura, last year Laura was our manager of aquatics. Laura's now moved over, again, part of the reorganization, to take on all business services for the division, as well as Oliver Woods and other duties we keep putting towards her. So any perfect mind questions now, all will be with Laura. Damon Johnson, who was our assistant aquatic manager last year, has now moved over to manage all of our arenas, as well as the new covered space at Harewood and all our lacrosse boxes, and Damon is right there. One of our newest managers is Kathy Gonzalez. Kathy is now manager of all aquatic services, which includes the 2 indoor pools, our co-management agreement for Kin Pool, and all our recreation, all our lake programs at Westwood Lake. So very pleased to have Kathy with us. One of the main additions the council's provided for us this year is a new specific manager for culture and events. And so we're very pleased this morning to announce, because the announcements will go out today, that we have a new manager of culture and events, and it's Julie Bevan. So Julie is here. Julie, again, announcements will go out today, but it'll be March 1st until we actually get to have her. March 2nd is actually the Monday, but March 1st we'll have her with us, but she'll see Julie hopefully transition with a few things as we pull her in away from the art gallery over the next 3 months. We're very pleased to have Julian to announce that, and congratulations. Did I miss anybody in your section? Good. So, and with the next section is Parks and Facilities. Again, we've combined that as a new department, which is led by Art Groot, and Art will be speaking to you in a few moments of all aspects. A couple of changes with that is Mark DeMecca continues to be manager of civic facilities. But now with another manager, which I'll talk about in a second, and the councils have provided us, Mark will be focusing a lot more on our overall civic facilities, not specifically just the recreation facilities, but more with our cultural facilities, VICC, this building, and a lot of assisting with all City Hall, fire departments and such on some aspects. Scott Paminger. Scott is there he is. So Scott is a corporate function for the division that provides all energy management oversight as well as asset management for all our facilities. And Art will talk a little bit more in his presentation about that. Al Britton, where's Al? So Al continues to be manager of park operations, but similar to Liz, a little bit later, Al will be retiring in July, and I think it's after 60 years. I think he says it's 60 years. 60 years. 60 years.
Well, Richard's 120 years. So.
With it, Al will be retiring after a lot of service again for the community. Charlotte Davis, who's not here right now. Charlotte just moved over to us from Public Works, a little bit into we call it over to the light side of the force, from Public Works to Parks and Recreation. Charlotte is here right now. Charlotte is taking on the new function, again, the council provided, of a new manager of recreation facilities and custodial services for the overall corporation. And she's just started with us now. She'll continue, but she will be transitioning as Al transitions out into the manager of park operations in July. So we'll be doing some recruiting for that. And that, did I get everybody? I did. So again, I don't get to speak to all the other aspects of it, but similar to what Mr. Lindsay said, we have over 135 full-time staff. But with that doesn't talk about all the seasonal staff that happen to provide everything from the arenas, the pools, the parks, the children's programs. But also mentioned for a strong recreation and culture and park system, it's the thousands of residents and volunteers through various organizations that actually keep healthy parks and recreation services going. So it's all the volunteers out there too that we try to keep moving on. So if there's any other questions for me, I'll turn it over to Liz, but if the council has any broader questions?
No questions, but a big thank you, Mr. Harding.
Pardon me?
No questions, but a big thank you.
Okay, I'll turn it over to Liz Williams then.
Thank you, Richard.
Good morning.
Mayor, Council, good morning. Thank you for having me here today. I never know what to expect coming in behind Richard, so I'll get rid of my first page of notes. And if we can go to the, oh, I have to do it? Awesome. So as Richard mentioned, we have 4 areas that we work on. You've met our staff. The only thing I will add to that is what they do. So this is what they look after, but what they do in all of these cases is oversee the daily operations of facilities, programming, allocation of space, the management of staff, both union and contract, and the relationships. And we have hundreds or if not thousands of relationships with the many community groups that rely on our facilities to implement their programs. So there's our facilities, and this is where we do our things, but it's not what we do. So I'm just going to do a brief overview of what goes on in our facilities. This doesn't identify facilities that are co-managed by other agencies like the Port Theatre or the Military Museum. And I'm not going to touch on a lot of the culture facilities because we are bringing culture back to a GPC meeting early in the new year where we'll go more in depth then. So our recreation facilities are open 7 days a week, and the only day we close 100% is December 25th. So we're always offering services with the exception of that one day. But you can still go into our parks if you're looking for something to do on that particular day. We rely on a large, flexible workforce with a vast range of talents to deliver our services and programs. So it could be from offering baby ballet to a jewelry making course to teaching swimming lessons or skating lessons. It is all over the place. Nanaimo Aquatic Center is our busiest facility. It is open Monday to Friday, 6 to 10, and on the weekends, 7:30 to 10. We average about 450 to 480,000 swimmers a year. That's just drop-in swimmers. It doesn't include all of the swim clubs and people that come and use or lessons or things like that. It is the home to Nanaimo Riptide Swim Team, Nanaimo Diamond Synchronized Swim Team, and Nanaimo Ebb Tide's Master Swim Team. Those are the main user groups that take up a big chunk of time, but not all of the user groups. Bevan Pool, also a busy facility, but attracts a different crowd. And because the pool is kept at a warmer temperature, we get a lot more younger kids using that pool for swimming lessons. It's a great teaching facility, and older adults, it's just more comfortable getting into the water. And I don't know if you've experienced both, but the temperature is significantly warmer at Bevan. Both the Aquatic Center and Bevan Pool have fitness gyms, which, despite the number of low-cost gyms popping up in Nanaimo, will continue to be busy, so that's good news. Our pools generate 94% of the drop-in revenue that we bring in through the city, so they are very busy facilities and they're very well used. The arenas, Nanaimo Ice Center, home to the Buccaneers, Junior B. Yeah. The Frank Crane Arena, home to Clippers Junior A hockey team, and the Cliff McNabb Arena. All rinks provide spaces. All rinks also provide space for Nanaimo Minor Hockey Association, Nanaimo Figure Skating Club, and a long list of adult hockey rec leagues that take up a lot of time. And they also host the local lacrosse teams there as well. Bevan Social Center are probably our busiest center for conference/trade show and bigger events that go in there because we have this square footage. It also hosts a long list of smaller rentals and programming at that facility. Bowen Park has long been known as our senior center, which it's not really. We have a lot of senior programs there, but we also offer a lot of all ages programs and community rentals and special events out of Bowen Park. Oliver Woods
Councillor Turley was inspired by your comment about seniors, and I looked to him, of course, immediately, and he looked back at me, I might add.
Do you? Yes?
Yes, Your Worship, through you to Mr. Williams, actually had nothing to do with the seniors. My question is, with regard to the gymnasiums, as a former business person, I always had a concern about a government-funded facility competing with private facilities. And I guess the question is the rates that are charged for the gymnasium comparable to other gyms within, private ones within the city?
We're talking about the fitness centers at the
Fitness
pools?
centers, yeah,
Yep.
sorry. Yeah.
Are they comparable? Well, when you purchase a fitness pass from the city, it gives you access to our drop-in programs at Oliver Woods, our pools, our rinks, and our fitness gyms. So if you go to a private facility, it gives you access to their fitness equipment. So we can't really compare ourselves to the current fitness facility model that's in the private sector right now, because we offer so much more. So if all you're looking for is a gym, then we've seen a shift of those people moving over to the lower cost gyms. But if you're looking for a steam room or a sauna or a swim after your gym, then those people are staying with us.
So, yeah, so my question actually was, you've answered most of it. I just want to confirm that it is actually, to buy a pass is usually higher than the cost of going to a private gym. Is that a fair comment or comparable? I don't want to put you on the spot. You can
No,
let me know
you're not
later.
putting me on the spot. It's comparing apples to oranges a little bit,
yeah.
because we offer so much more for our pass. So if you were to go buy if an adult went in to buy a pass at the city, it's $56, and I don't belong to a gym. I don't, 24 a month for where? Everything. But there's no, right. So there is some very competitive pricing out there right now. Absolutely.
Councillor Turley, the only time you'll find me near a gym or some fitness center is if I get to do the ribbon cutting, and I did recently. And I must say that I don't think we're providing any unreasonable competition given the number of bodies that were there early on a Saturday morning. It was quite astonishing, actually.
bringing forward a discussion presentation on fees and charges in the Parks and Recreation area in a couple of weeks. So that might be a great place to sort through that conversation and get a sense of that. So I believe it's December 2nd, we'll be receiving a presentation at the Finance and Audit Committee on the subject of fees and charges within the Parks, Rec, and Culture area. And this might be a good time, that'd be a great time to sort through that a little more depth, and gives us a chance, if you do have questions in anticipation of that you can think of, that would either now or towards that time would be helpful to get that in advance, and then we can answer those at that meeting.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rudolph. Councillor Martman?
And just as a follow-up through the chair, I actually have private gym membership and I belong to Nanaimo as well. Not that I use either of them. but the advantage of the Nanaimo is that you can buy and then you can, it's not like the monthly fee I have to pay to the gym, but that I can, when I use it, is when I pay for it. So I really do like that concept of still being able to use it when I do. So, thank you.
Yes, thank you. Oliver Woods, so this facility opened 10 years ago. It has been in demand since the day we opened our doors, and very pleased to present that we have, in the last 3 years, the gymnasiums themselves have been 95% booked over the year. So it is a very busy facility. We have an unbelievable allocations clerk there who crams in amazing amount of rentals into that facility. But it does show the demand for gymnasiums in Nanaimo. So those are our main facilities, and I have provided you a copy of our latest activity guide. I am not going to go into length of the services we offer. This gives you a very good sample of what Parks and Recreation offers. We do 2 of these guides a year that cover spring, summer, fall, winter, and we're proud of that document. We are currently working on our spring, summer guide right now. So that's how far we have to plan out. There's we have our list of facilities, but it's not what Parks and Rec does. Parks and Rec provides experiences and opportunities for people to engage in the community, and that's essentially what these books are. We're providing opportunities for people. So we had 44,000 people register for our programs this year to date, so we're very proud of that number. That's a lot of people participating, and that's our goal at the end of the day. We don't care what people do, we just want people to do.
And just to confirm, are those any residency requirements, or anyone that you don't have to be a citizen of Nanaimo? Is that fair to register?
Correct.
Correct.
Yeah, we do not have any outside residency fees for programming. I will mention 2 programs we're really proud of, and I can't stress enough. They've just been unbelievable programs professionally to work with, and just to see the results back to the community. It's our LIT Quest program. We move into our 39th year next year of offering this program. We put through anywhere 100 and 120 youth through that program and train them to go out and volunteer within the community, and they'll do each year around 9,000 hours of volunteer work. So it's an amazing program, and if you ever get an invitation to come and meet these kids at the end of the summer, I'd highly recommend it. And I was walking along the seawall yesterday, and who do I bump into? One of the youth who is now, it really aged me. He's pushing along his baby along the seawall, and he was one of the youth that I worked with in the youth program, and it just really heartwarming program, that one. The other is our seniors membership program. So we charge a low price of $42 annually for our 60-plus clientele to participate in 50 programs at no additional cost. So those range from card playing, euchre, billiards, sewing programs. It's all over the place. And this is we do a bi-monthly production for the seniors and all of the programs they can participate in. And it's really fun to watch some people that are in far better shape than me come in and we'll have 60 people in our line dancing program, and it's just really great fun. And they're just such a vibrant group of people. It's a really great thing the city does in offering those programs. And each year because these programs are run with senior volunteers, we do not use paid staff for the programs that are connected to the senior membership. We have a appreciation lunch, and typically we give out little pins. You probably have a lot of them. So this year we decided to do something a little more environmentally friendly, and pins are too expensive and we're super cheap. So on your desk you have this bookmark. This is what will be going out to our volunteers this year instead of pins, and that is a seed packet on there that they can take forward. So that's just one of the things we do. And new in 2020, this is, we're excited about expanding our relationship with Island Health and the importance of health programs in our community and the tie between health and recreation. We're trying to further create a bond with health and our relationship there. So working with Island Health, we're going to expand our program into bringing to the general population community preventative programs for chronic health issues. So we'll be offering pre-diabetic diabetes diet program, the skinny on fats and sodium. It's not going to be very much fun. That one. Take all the joy out of eating. And then the anti-inflammatory eating program. So programs to help with chronic issues already or preventative issues coming down. So we're excited about expanding that relationship. So our culture section, culture's new to me. That's come over back to Parks and Recreation after a brief hiatus downtown. The culture section looks after implementing the creative plan. They also are instrumental in putting through the grants programs, which they're currently going through right now, and they'll be bringing that back for council's consideration early in the new year. And they continue to work on the temporary arts program and the poet laureate program. But again, we'll go into GPCs next month to go over that. There's our budget. So that's the share of the budget that goes to recreation and culture. It doesn't show that we offset, Wendy's going to call me out on this, approximately $8 million in revenues to help offset the cost of implementing recreation and culture programs. That revenue is generated through admissions, program fees, rentals, and other miscellaneous items. That's close, right? Yeah. So achievements. I won't touch on all of these, but we have, every summer we bring in 80 new staff to put through the thousands of children we put through summer day camps and playgrounds programs. So we've completely revamped the summer hiring training program for them. That was a huge feat the coordinators took on. It was very successful last year, so that's something we'll just continue to build on. Increased demand for 60-plus active aging programs. So we have, added so many programs of the demand for fitness programs for the 60-plus population is huge, and we've been trying to meet that demand by offering programs in our community centers. Always Parks and Recreation is helping out with our events here. So we have our in-house events, Health Among Us, Earth Day, Family Fun Nights, Canada Day, Concerts in the Park, Rivers Day. We also help out with events that come into town, like the Snowbirds or special events that pop out. So the 40 work parties, I have to give Deb Beck a big shout out to her. She has put through 40 Partners in the Park work parties that help remove invasive species from our parks and or do plantings, which is on the cover of your guide there. That's a Parks and Rec planting. So she does an amazing job in conjunction with Parks to get that program happening. And then we did a slew of, we do a lot of tournaments, but we had some special ones this year, including the training camp for the Junior Hockey Championships and the Junior B National President's Cup lacrosse tournament. Culture, 3 permanent,
Councillor Turley has a question.
Yeah, just a correction on that Senior B Championship. It was actually in 2018.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Apologies.
It's okay. You can slap whoever hand that gave it to you.
That's right.
Coach Turley never lets you down.
Thank you. What am I at here? So culture, they had 4 permanent, or 3 permanent art installations. I'm very proud of the Departure Bay house post. The Raven was installed at the water treatment plant, and we reinstalled the spindle whorl down on Albert Street here. So that's, we had a temporary art piece there that went for a little walkabout, so it's being replaced with a permanent art fixture there now, and the implementation of all the ongoing programming they have. Key challenges for 2020. I wouldn't call the city reorganization a challenge for us. I would call it a rejuvenation. We're very excited, and it's been a lot of fun reorganizing our department and rebalancing some workloads for people. It's an ongoing process, and bringing on new people has been a lot of fun, so we're having some fun with that. Growing demand for pool, gymnasium, and ice time, that's just a constant for us, trying to balance the needs of the community and getting people into our facilities. We do our best there, and I think we're meeting the needs of the community right now. The increased competition between private and public recreation, and Councillor Turley brought this up, there is competition there for us. Also, so it would be the fitness gyms right now, also the provincial and federal funding coming through for daycare is kind of shifting what people are looking for, and we see that impact on our end. So we have preschool programs. The city does not offer daycare, but it does seem to impact a few of our preschool programs right now. So we're constantly evaluating that. Recruitment and training of staff. Right now, the pinch is with lifeguards, so that's been a challenge for Kathy to find qualified staff to get working into the pools. She's working on how's that going? Can I tell him? We're currently working with a school district to see if we can get the lifeguard training courses that you need to work as part of the credit program through the schools. So if we can get it through the schools, maybe we can get some lifeguards out of that at the end of the day. I'll go through. Social issues, we're coming back to GPC around community safety, so we'll touch on that, but I would say Parks and Recreation, our doors are always open. So if people aren't being a nuisance, they're welcome into our facilities. I'll carry on. Key initiatives, so establishing our Recreation and Culture section, which we're currently working on. Currently working on our Parks, Recreation Master Plan, which I'm really excited about our link with the OCP. Our fees and charges implementation, we'll be bringing that back on December 2nd and then back in the new year for consideration of a new or updated bylaw. Shifting custodial scheduling, which Art will talk about. We've reorganized and rejigged some of our recreation coordinator portfolios. We're putting a bit more energy into our outdoor and environmental portfolios there, so we've shifted some responsibilities. And yeah, just a continuous evaluation of programs and adding an environmental stream to our existing aquatic, arena, and community rec stream with our LIT Quest program. And Julie will be updating the cultural plan for Creative Nanaimo. Oh, she's gone.
You go to work.
I'll tell her when I see her next time. And there's our draft operating budget. 2021, fun fact, we get rid of the debt for Nanaimo Aquatic Center. We own it. Is that right? Yeah. So we'll have a mortgage burning party at the Aquatic Center. And that's it. I'll hand off to Art, unless you have any questions regarding recreation and culture.
Councillor Bonner.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you very much for the presentation. I have a question in the budget, in the draft budget for 2020. A lot of the services that we provide generate revenue. On the line item, culture, events, and tourism, and most of the events generate anywhere between 30 and 60% of the operating costs of the building, it looks like here in the budget, except for culture, events, and tourism, which generates $42,000 and costs $3 million. Why is that so different than the other ones, and what are we doing in there?
Tourism has been lumped in with culture, yes? Okay, so tourism is a contract. We went out to RFP for the contract with tourism, so that is a lump sum of money. Culture right now does not have a revenue stream. They don't offer programs like we do through recreation. So all of the programming in this guide and fee for service is currently going into the recreation department. So culture doesn't organize, currently, I guess that could change, programs at a fee. And then most of the money going out are based on grants and providing those grants to the community. So they have no admission or they don't generate revenue from programs.
Okay, thank you. On one other thing, the Poetry and Transit program, I'm probably the only one that ever sees them, and I've got most of them memorized, but they seem to be dwindling. There's not as many as I see up on the buses, and they don't seem to be changing on a regular basis. Is that program going to continue on, or was it a one-off thingy?
I can't answer that question, but I can find out for you.
Okay, thank you.
Was that in fact sponsored by the city or the RDN though?
Both, yeah. Okay. It's our poet.
Our poet, their buses.
Yeah.
Anyone else? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Appreciate it.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Through your worship to the rest of council, I'm proud to stand in front of you and have a conversation about facility and parks operations. So in the overview, as a result of the reorganization, there now are 4 kind of subsections within our department. Park operations is also divided into 4 further groups, which include horticulture and arboriculture, turf and neighborhood parks, trails and construction, and utilities. In the second group, we see infrastructure planning and facility asset management, but what's included in there as well is corporate energy management. So we have a 11-year long-standing relationship with BC Hydro, where we work collectively with them on energy improvement projects, and through an application process, we receive incentives and money back for the work that we do in regard to that. Civic facilities, as Richard had explained, now has a larger focus on civic facilities based on the fact that the new section, which is currently being managed by Charlotte, and the recreation facilities is, as the title states, it's main rec facilities, main community centers, main activity centers. So it has a real focus on that part of the portfolio. And then, of course, custodial services, where custodial services previously lived throughout the organization with many different managers and different reporting structures. We are working through the process of consolidating that under a single manager and then a single supervisor to be able to kind of streamline that whole service delivery throughout the organization. So the slide shows us some of the assets and facilities and amenities that live within the Parks Operations section. It provides a high-level overview, and each of these items are maintained through staff, contracted services, community groups and societies, as well as many volunteers. As part of an overall condition assessment project that's currently underway, each of these assets will also be reviewed, and the information that we will receive from the reports will allow for more informed decision-making regarding long-term planning, preventative maintenance, as well as allow for wholesome discussion around levels of service and decisions about the future of some of these amenities and facilities. The overall intent of the project is to fully understand what we own, what it costs to own them, and then what's the best approach to maximize their life expectancy and continue to provide service to the community that uses them on a daily basis.
In terms of, let me just, dirty question, and it's perhaps not fair to ask. I can never remember how many square kilometers or square miles we have in the city of Nanaimo, but I'm looking at the number of hectares, which would approximate about 2,300 acres, which in my way of old-fashioned thinking would be a little over 4 square miles. How many square miles in the city? I guess what I'm driving at is what percentage of the land mass of the city of Nanaimo is in fact in park? I'm looking at Mr. Sims because I think he has that number in the top.
90 square kilometers, Your Worship. 90 square kilometers. So 90,000 hectares, right?
Yeah. Oh. We're close to the Brundtland Commission, my friend Councillor Brown tells me. Very good, thank you. Sorry. Just
No, that's fine.
one of those little quirky things I ask once in a while.
So in the facilities section, as mentioned in the previous slide, there's also, as part of the overall project in regard to asset management, condition assessment, and review of facilities, the project will look at all city-owned facilities and buildings across the organization. I'll briefly explain the project, but then also realize that in the new year we'll be coming in a GPC to do a full presentation on the facilities that we own and just kind of state of the union in regard to the facilities.
Councillor Turley has a question.
Thank you, Your Worship, to you and Mr. Groot. So in the news lately, I've seen there's been a concern about the all-weather field in Oak Bay, damaging a stream or something like that. I know there are different types of all-weather fields. The 3 that we have here in Nanaimo, are they not going to run into that scenario, or?
It's funny, I had just forwarded that article yesterday to the Parks Operations Manager and the Turf Supervisor just to kind of say, are we experiencing this kind of fiber loss? And we're not experiencing that level of fiber loss as Oak Bay is. Okay. So it's not something that we're experiencing right now. Yeah.
Thank you.
Keep up there, it's probably really old.
So further to the condition assessment project that's underway, the RFP went out to market late last year. And knowing that it was a large undertaking for a consultancy firm, but also for the organization, we decided to go through a pilot process where we took a major facility and we took a major destination park, and we went through the process of assessing and then also making sure that the information that we received from them was information that we could use to plan long-term, start to create formalized preventative maintenance plans, but also have it be a process that complemented the short and long-term financial planning and the planning in regard to that. So that process took quite a bit of back and forth, but I'm happy to say now that we're into the second phase of the project where the next 20 main facilities that the city owns, and what I mean by that is they're the facilities that have the highest level of use, or they're the most sophisticated facilities that we own in regard to recreation facilities, and they're not just a washroom block with a couple of toilets and sinks. Those are going to get looked at, but they'll get looked at later on in the process. It's the main facilities that we want to look at, including fire stations, police services, parkades, things like that. So the process is intended to also complement the master planning process that we're doing, as well as so that we can provide enough information about the facilities that we own, not just the facilities that we are expecting to need as a result of overall growth. And as explained before, the city's been in an 11-year partnership with BC Hydro, and we continue to work together to improve our facilities from an energy consumption perspective. And like I said, we'll come to future GPC meetings in regard to energy, but also in regard to facilities.
And it was that work that led to the award from Fortis.
Pardon me?
And it was that work that led to the award from
Yeah,
Fortis.
I was going to bring that up in a little bit in the future slide there. Yeah. And again, just to show the share of the city budget, what isn't reflected in there is actually the grant money that we received from BC Hydro. Also, we received money from BC Hydro to help offset the cost of salary for the energy manager position. And then what we do also receive quarterly as we meet thresholds are effectively their bonuses for the performance in regard to energy management. And then each individual project that goes through the partnership with BC Hydro receives, once approved and once it's proven that the systems are performing as expected, there are energy incentives that come back to us by form of money. So it's always great there. So the listed achievements in the park section, and probably the same in facilities, they have an operational theme, but that makes sense based on the fact that the work that we do on a daily basis is operationally focused. Parks operations continues to maintain city-owned assets on a daily basis as part of everyday operations. Many projects and improvements are made in conjunction with community partners, societies, groups, and volunteers. And both the master planning process and the GIS process help the organization reveal community need and allow for appropriate future planning. For facilities, one of the things not listed here, let me make sure that it isn't. In partnership with School District 68, Island Health, and the city, we created a youth health hub at the Nanaimo Aquatic Center, which for all intents and purposes, and from what I hear, has been very, very well received and is very successful. So it's something I think that you can be very, very proud of. The city also received 2 awards this year. One from Fortis BC for Energy Efficiency in Action Award in the Public Sector Municipal, specifically in regard to the Frank Crane Arena chiller plant replacement. From a safety perspective, we took a 20-year-old, 18-year-old, 20-year-old plant that had 1,200 pounds of ammonia in it and dropped it down to a 75-pound ammonia system. So what that means is if there is any kind of issue with the ammonia plant and it needs to discharge the ammonia, it actually won't discharge to atmosphere anymore. It'll discharge to a sealed vestibule, and that's it. So from an energy perspective, but also from a safety perspective, it's a fantastic improvement. And with that improvement, all of the ice chiller plants, they're now more energy efficient. And then what we're doing is we're undertaking retrofit options to the plants that were replaced in 2014-16 and 2012 at the other arenas to see about converting them to low charge as well. And then the other award was that the city received from the Vancouver Island Real Estate Board for commercial building was for the Harewood Centennial Park multi-use, the covered space. So that was another award that the city received. And I echo what Ms. Williams has said in regard to the word challenges. We look at them as opportunity. The support by council for the reorganization has allowed us to review roles, responsibilities, and allowed to really divide focuses, and it just gives us more capacity. And it's something that we're really thankful for, and like Liz had said, excited to work on to further develop those changes. It will be important that as part of the ongoing reorganization of our department that we continue to clarify roles and responsibilities to ensure that we move forward in a positive and productive manner. Key initiatives. The focus for 2020 and the future is to continue to improve our asset inventories. And I know asset is a buzzword that we hear lots of, but it's kind of the best way to explain all of the things that we own. And so we'll continue to improve the inventory. We'll review and update as required our operational procedures. We'll continue to plan for both the short and long term so that we are clear as to what the community expectations are and that we continue to provide quality levels of service for our customers' experiences. Draft operating.
There's no way we're going to go with this long.
And then some proposed changes to the budget, some new positions, and then the Loudon Boats House, which we'll discussions next week. We'll be discussing the boathouse and other proposals that are forthcoming. But future planning will result in other business cases coming forward as part of trying to increase overall efficiencies as well as meet the growing needs of our customer base. And that's me. Thank you for your time.
Before anyone else jumps in, I'm going to jump in. I received some time ago, well, it had a small exchange in correspondence with a gentleman who enjoys the benefits of one of our soccer fields for him and his aging friends, and was critical of the design and the quality of what was proposed for the Loudon Boathouse. And I didn't have all the figures at my fingertips in terms of response, but I gather the existing boathouse facility, which is terribly dated, if anyone's bothered to look at it, and I know pretty much everyone here has, we have, if you could just confirm how many people use it annually, how many programs are involved with children, and the benefit to the community that flows from the existing boathouse, and why it's appropriate to include the kind of amenities and improvements, if you will, including washrooms, in the proposed facility. If you can comment on that, I'd be very pleased.
I don't know if I can comment on it, or if maybe Richard wants to comment more on it.
I'm always asking. Mr. Harding's usually pretty good at bragging about the quality of his facilities. So,
Your Worship, we don't have the full numbers in front of us. We have the business case that was put in front of it, but I'd say there really isn't a boathouse there now. We basically just we put a Natco trailer in years ago for rowing. We filled in a carport from the old Centennial project that the Wellington Improvement District did in the late 60s. And then we've got a chain link fence around all their boats and facilities. So there really isn't and then we've been using for the regular beach users, it's the old washrooms. Again, that was a Centennial project. So this is really creating a boathouse to help facilitate the hundreds of programs that both paddle, canoe, and kayak do, as well as the rowing clubs do, particularly throughout the summer, but rowing and both actually groups throughout the year. But ideally from May to September, a lot of activity, and I don't have all the programs with us here, but hundreds of children and youth, as well as adults, if not thousands, a year through that facility.
Councillor Bonner, and then Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you, Your Worship. If I remember correctly from the presentation, the number is about 1,100 for one group and 700 for another. My question in the budget is, it's probably to Ms. Fuller, I guess, is probably the best to answer this. In the 2020 draft budget, they talked about the additional of a, let me see, we're adding in co-op student in the business case, but when I look in the budget, the administration jumps from 0 to 266,000, and that looks like it's representing a 1.6 FTE increase. Do we know what that's for?
Through the chair to Councillor Bonner. So you are looking at the Parks and Facilities Administration for the 266, correct?
Yes.
That is Mr. Groot and a Parks clerk. So Mr. Groot previously was budgeted under Facility Planning and Maintenance. We've created a new area because he now oversees Parks and Facilities, and we have moved him into that cost area, as well as a Parks clerk that was previously shown under Park Operations. And then, of course, in Facility and Parks Planning Maintenance, in that cost center, Ms. Davis's current position replaces Mr. Groot's old position. So it's a bit of a reshuffling of where people are set and where people are costed now to better reflect their duties.
Thank you. I thought it might be that, but I wasn't sure. Thanks.
Any other questions? Councillor Himmons.
Thank you. Comment, if I may. One, I'm quite excited about the addition of Ms. Bevan to the team. I think as a cultural leader, she's going to bring a lot. As the mother of school-age children, I just want to congratulate the Parks and Rec Department for wonderful programming and facilities. I think the families in Nanaimo really appreciate what you guys are offering, and you're doing it very well. A question that's just general, and I don't know if it's quite fair, but there seems to be a trend towards more environmentally sustainable focuses. I'm hearing that the LIT program has a new environmental focus, and what we're kind of doing around facilities. Is this in response to Council's strategic plan, or was this a direction that we were going in regardless?
I think it's a combination of both. At least from the facilities perspective, I could speak to the 11-year relationship that we have, say, with BC Hydro. The goal there was always to improve energy efficiency, which would result in lower greenhouse gases, which would result in lower consumption. So indirectly, it's something that's been happening, and there's always been a goal to continue to look at what best practices are, what new technologies are out there, and what makes sense for us to try to add or test within our facility portfolio.
Okay, thanks.
Please.
Through the chair, I would agree with Audit. It's a combination of both. We have the support of council to move in a direction, and that's a natural fit for us to move in that direction, and we're very excited to make a mess of arts parks.
Great.
Thank you very much. Much
Thank you very
appreciated.
much.
Now, Mr. Sims. Unless someone else is stepping forward, Mr. Rudolph? Yes, we are.
Mr. Sims could introduce this team not here yet, so I'm just wondering if you want to recess now and then come back earlier, or if you ought to get going, but it's just how much he can certainly start this, but there are other staff that are participating in the presentation.
Maybe we'll start Mr. Sims, let him do as much as he possibly can, and then recess early and then reconvene earlier. That's probably more convenient for getting staff here. Is that fair?
We also have the RCMP superintendent coming in from Victoria, so we may find a challenge later on sometime this afternoon, so we'll address that as we see where we're at, and we have to make some adjustments for his presentation.
Thank you very much, everyone, for coming. Welcome,
Thank you,
Mr.
Worship.
Sims.
Thank you, Your Worship, and Council as well. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. I've asked our two directors, John Elliott, our Public Works Director, and Paul Rosen, our Engineering Director, to scramble and see if they can attend a little bit earlier, because I've asked them to speak. There's a number of themes across the presentation, and from my perspective, a number of themes across the organization. Mr. Rudolph's touched on them beautifully and sort of set me up nicely, but there's a central theme around growth and infrastructure, and as we discussed earlier this morning, Mr. Lindsay's good news story of $450 million in infrastructure will, over time, start to impact the public works end of things. And we've had I found an old document. It was a public works visioning document about 1993, and I was fascinated to see that we have exactly the same number of staff in engineering and public works today as we did in 1993, which is around 150 to 165 in seasonal time. So certainly we're doing things smarter, but I think the shift is less in the maintenance and more in the operation. And this has been years and years we've had an infrastructure holiday, sometimes we call that, and we've had relatively new infrastructure, as Mr. Lindsay spoke. We've filled in a bunch of improvement districts in the 70s. As that infrastructure ages, it'll start to come back to roost.
Councillor Brown.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Mr. Sims. One thing I've wondered about is that as we move forward with things like bioswales and complete streets and more street trees and sort of boulevards, and I by no way mean this as a criticism, but I tend to notice the grass probably gets left a little longer than it is when we didn't have so much sort of infrastructure that needed maintenance like that. So I'm wondering, as we proceed with these advancements, and we know there's many good reasons to do all these things, if we're seriously going to have to look at increasing our maintenance, the availability of our maintenance crew and our maintenance equipment.
Your Worship, that's kind of a softball question, but it really gets to the nub of what we're talking about. It's the green infrastructure is one component of what we look after, and we're very aware of how, especially when we had a summer like this one, where you get this sort of nice moist summer and then growth spurts. It doesn't take long for the grass to really shoot up, and it takes months for us to catch up with our current resources. We need to be doing a better job of integrating our operational departments between Parks and Rec and Public Works to make sure that we know who's doing what and when. But part of that is increasing the incrementally the maintenance staff or contractors to do that work. It's something, as I say, it's been a bit of a holiday for a number of years, and we've just kept taking it on, and now this year it's all of a sudden you look around and it's really bloomed, pun intended. So a couple of the other pieces are in the infrastructure. The capacity that we have are we're pretty good. Like, our water system is really solid. The bulk supply system is built. The water distribution network is really built to serve fire flows. So it can sustain population growth to an extent. We'll talk a little bit about that a little bit later on, but that's one element. The other one is the forgotten, child in the corner, which is sanitary sewer. So this is where the number of these multifamily units are really starting to catch up to us. They're starting to overload our sewers to a point where we're getting a little bit nervous, and no maintenance of sewers is going to help the capacity challenges. So we're watching that. We're really careful about that.
Can I ask a question?
Of course.
And it's out of complete ignorance. Other cities face the same problems, and I'm sure. What are they doing? Are they starting to process it within areas of the city itself, or are they just ripping up streets and putting in bigger pipes, or what's sort of the cutting edge reaction to that problem? Because
this is another one where it's come quickly, and we can't always predict where growth is going to happen. So we sort of anticipate it, and that's our DCC bylaw. We sort of anticipate where growth is, and we need, we essentially do need to make bigger pipes to carry more sewage. Just like the regional district needs to expand their wastewater treatment plant to treat more sewage. Cutting edge, it's not so much cutting edge other than the technologies that we may use to replace the pipes. Excuse me. It comes down to a funding challenge. We've sort of envisioned what we need for future capacity within our sewers, but we're not collecting the funds quite fast enough in terms of the life of the bylaw. It's a 25-year life. We're having a lot of growth up front, but we'll take the rest of the 25 years to catch up to the funding piece of it. That's a really oversimplified explanation, which I'm sure Ms. Full is curling her toes. But
can I explore this just a little bit further? So, council is very interested and supportive of further densification downtown. I don't begin to pretend to know what the size of the pipes are or how much more capacity they can take, but if we get 5,000 more people downtown, is there a response other than putting in a bigger pipe that might be more environmentally friendly, or that might see processing of the sewage closer to home? I know it's a regional responsibility, all of those things, but I'm just curious from a city point of view, what do other communities do? Because as I say, I'm sure it's happening in other parts of the world where there is great densification, and it's not all new. It's being added to an existing sewer structure.
It's true, Your Worship. Thank you. There's two elements of we would previously refer to as wastewater. One of them is the sanitary sewage, and it's just the amount of sewage that's running down from showers and toilets and so on. What's helping us is lower flow fixtures on that hand, so less low flow toilets and lesser low flow shower heads, that kind of thing. That's really helping on the upstream end. That's what we would call the demand side management. On the other side, the rainwater side of things, I will talk a little bit more about that, but you've heard presentations from Mr. Mousseau at the Environment Committee, we've shifted our, over the last 10 or 15 years, we've shifted how rainwater is handled and trying to really keep it on site, so we're avoiding downstream impacts. The traditional engineering of the 1970s was just go get more water, just go build a bigger pipe, and now we're you know, over the last 25 or 30 years of my career myself, just seeing that shift of, you know, right sizing and designing with the environment instead of against it. I'm not sure if that answers your question, Your Worship, but a couple of other issues.
Councillor Armstrong has a question, and Councillor Bonner.
I just want to ask this because I know you're going to be turning it over, but I noticed when on your asks, there was no ask for new public works building, and that's been on the book since like 2008. Is there a reason for why that's not there? Because it really is deplorable.
Your Worship, that's a really good question. Mr. Rudolph alluded to it. It was an elephant in the room, and I have planned on addressing that towards the end of the presentation.
Okay.
I can talk about it now, but it's a very large expense, and we're planning it. We're doing some space planning and so on, and we're looking at it, and it's the kind of thing that we're going, we can't bring this forward yet. We're not ready. We need to figure out how this is going to be phased. It needs to be economical. It needs to be within the capacity and work in with the operation of the city. It's a challenge for sure. We're living out of trailers in an old brick building from the 50s. It's also not a project that gets a lot of public support. If you remember when the Service and Resource Center, you know, it's not a sexy project that benefits the public in any way, other than it protects their staff and infrastructure that responds to an emergency.
Working environment.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Before I go to Councillor Bonner, I think Mr. Rudolph looked like he wanted to say.
This comment a couple of times, my general introduction, and
Roots facilities review. And our intention to come to council with an update on that and have a GPC talking around that type of thing, I think is necessary. We could probably wait till all the OCPs are done, the Parks, Rec, and Culture plans, and all these master plans, but in the interim, we need to really be clear on what seems to be on the horizon, what are the bigger ones, and then there's all the smaller ones. So I mentioned the RCMP facility is another one where there's space challenges, the Public Works facility, of course, and I think we're just going to have to look at it in a manageable way. It's possible if we get advanced far enough along that there could be options in terms of how to fund that presented to you sometime during this term in terms of seeking approval for things. Or, you know, we've got other very large capital projects that are on the horizon for contemplation. The waterfront walkway, there's a lot of things, the theater, so I think it's premature to jump into that other than to flag it. It's aware there's the Public Works group have done a fair amount of space analysis, I think, this year in terms of that site. They could share that with you. Similarly, though, we need to do that with the RCMP facility and probably some of our others. And it would be better if we nested that in the context of a general review of the top facilities and give you a sense of that, and then map a program going forward that's realistic. And it would have to be in manageable chunks. And even on the Public Works yard, I think there's probably a way to do that that's sequential as opposed to all at once.
Thank you, Mr. Rudolph. Councillor Bonner.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through Mr. Sims, when we had presentations at the RDN regarding sewage pipes, and there's a term which I've forgotten that allows rainwater to get into the sewage pipes, and it literally increases the flow by almost 50% on a really rainy period. And that's, a lot of that I'm being told is because of houses are actually connected. They're wine right. Would we be better off, and is staff looking at the idea of disconnecting these houses as opposed to putting in bigger sewer pipes, which would be a lot, I mean, both are going to be expensive, but is that something we're looking at and allowing our pipes to last longer?
Your Worship, it's an excellent question. And the term that you're looking for is inflow and infiltration. So it's inflow into the system or infiltration through aging infrastructure. And I may just let Mr. Elliott address that with his president, when he is here this afternoon, a little bit later.
It's here now.
But it's been 20 years of working on that since the liquid waste management plan was implemented. So, but Mr. Elliott can go into a little bit more detail on that. Okay. It's certainly a concern, and it goes along with that theory that I was speaking of earlier. Just build a bigger pipe. We are doing the right thing, which is disconnecting some of those things, and we're working on it. But it's one of those long-term projects. One of the things that sorry, is there another question, Your Worship?
No, not from.
One of the things Mr. Rudolph alluded to, and it's a theme through each of the senior leadership team's presentations, is the reason that we exist, all of us, is that we're doing a service delivery to the community. And you've heard Mr. Wells talk about sustainable service delivery, and that's just taking a bigger view, and that's really where our focus is. We use assets to deliver those services, like whether it's as Ms. Williams mentioned, whether it's an arena or a park or a sewer pipe. So one of the things that I feel we really owe council and the public is some really clear communications on what level do we provide those service to. So that's going to be sort of a focus over the next year or two. It's just, we call that a level of service discussion, but it's, what services are we providing? Are you happy with those services to the degree that we're providing them? Are we getting it right? Well, this is what it costs. So that's a further discussion. I do want to acknowledge as we get into the presentation, and you can stop me anytime, Your Worship, but just acknowledge and appreciate the efforts of the staff of Engineering and Public Works. There's, as I mentioned, 150 full-time staff, and in seasonal, we add another 10 to 15 for summer programs. And I think I can say without reservation and with a sense of pride is the Engineering and Public Works staff are the ones that take community building and community service really seriously. In many ways, they support each of the pillars of Council's strategic plan, but they're looking after their own community, which is a incredibly rewarding position to be in. So this presentation is going to be a little different than the other ones that you've seen. We just wanted to mix it up a little bit. I've heard from Mr. Harding that he thinks I'm special, so I appreciate that. And so we have a number of integrated services where transportation or water supply provided by both departments, both engineering and public works. And then we have some that are provided exclusively by public works and some exclusively by engineering.
Mr. Rudolph.
If I may ask for clarification on logistics here. So I've been just informed that dinner or lunch is available if you wanted to take a break. I'm not sure how Mr. Sims would prefer to proceed and how long that would take, because if it's an hour long or so, then it might be inappropriate to defer the break. Superintendent Miller is available at 2 instead of 3. So firstly, I guess I would ask Mr. Sims how he would prefer to go, because you want to be part and then break and then continue, or would you prefer to do it all sequentially? That will inform how we handle the break. And then, but as soon as we can have the RCMP here is 2.
We're easy and we're in your hands.
Your Worship, I think it's a good suggestion. There's probably I can speak for another 10 or 15, and then take a break, and then we can come back as a group, and then that'll allow. Unless anybody's getting. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
Excellent. Carry on, please. A half-hour lunch.
Yeah.
Does that work, you think?
The only thing is that as soon as I understand the RCMP can be here is 2 o'clock, so I just want to know.
Moving it up is, might as well take an hour for lunch.
Just asking how public works and engineering would like to handle the presentation. So you say you have another 10 or 15 minutes, and then and then break, and then have the two other sub-presentations take place?
Correct, exactly.
That would be the best way to handle it.
Yeah. But happy to work whatever time council wishes to. Yeah.
I'm sure Mr. Sims can fill in the space
If you don't stop me.
So 15 more, then lunch for
45.
45 for lunch, compromise. It's all about compromise. Don't see any
I don't think we need a motion on that.
ridiculous objections, no. Fiat. Please.
So here we are as a division, the Engineering Public Works Division, two departments, Engineering and Public Works. And they're organized in the way you see. So transportation, infrastructure, and capital projects sort of reside with engineering. Water resources, roads, fleet, sanitation, and utilities, which is sewer and water, generally with Public Works. But there's an awful lot of integration between the two departments. And this is something that I've seen over the duration of my tenure here at the city is shifted from two very, oh, those are the guys downtown and those are the guys out of the yard, to it's very much a collaborative effort. You're familiar perhaps with the asset management wheel, this sort of whole, the planning, the capital planning, the design, the construction, the operation, the maintenance, and the retirement. That whole cycle is really the basis of how we live and function. The other thing that I wanted to bring up that's not really captured in the business plan, and it kind of addresses some of the comments that Ms. Lindsay mentioned yesterday around emergency management. And Public Works is often referred to as the fourth emergency responder. And to that end, a number of staff have been taking Justice Institute courses, working towards their certification in emergency management. And not only training, but also practical exercises. We participate in the exercises, and we've had some actual real field experience in the last year and a half, not only internally here, but to other communities with the wildfires. So Public Works will be a major contributor, engineering will be a major contributor, finance will be a major contributor to an event, a disaster in the making. So we'll staff that emergency coordination center. So this department or division, I should say, occupies, from about 7:30 in the morning till 10 p.m. on the clock there on the right, as opposed to the percentage of the budget. That's kind of a play on words. I'm sorry. That was my one attempt at humor, and it failed miserably. But so it looks like a clock to me in analog. But so this is a good chunk of this. And there's an earlier slide that Ms. Fuller showed that we were sort of the engineering public works, which is about 15% of the city's overall budget. But when you tack on sanitary sewer and water, so closer to 25 of the overall. Your Worship, I think if there's any questions, that's probably a good break.
Any questions? No? If not, then reconvene at 12:30. Excellent. Thank you very much. We're recessed till 12:30. Mr. Sims.
Thank you, Your
Please.
Worship. So again, in keeping with the creative nature of the Engineering and Public Works Department, we're going to do a little bit of a tag team approach to the entire, to the remainder of the presentation. So we will sort of interchange as we present. So I'll introduce John Elliott, our Director of Public Works first. After him, Mr. Rosen, our Director of Engineering, will speak. So.
Mr. Elliott.
Thank you very much, Mayor and Council and staff. I'm very happy to be here to tell you what we do and how we do it, and yes, shed some light on some of the exciting stuff we're doing at Public Works and Engineering. So the one area that we look after is administration. At Public Works, we have 3 admin staff, and at Engineering, there are 2 there. Public Works is generally the call center for everything that's going on. We just have a new emergency notification. The calls are directed to Public Works for any questions in that. So we have 24-hour coverage, and the thing that we strive on is we want people to talk to people. So when you call there, you'll get to talk to a person, whether it's 2 in the morning or whether it's 9 o'clock in the morning. And that we find as a real service. There's so many companies, municipalities that have gone to a different system where you just talk to a recording and leave a message or get information through a computerized system. And we're not there yet. We may in the future, but right now we strive to provide that personal one-on-one information. The other thing that we do have within that area is very solid knowledge base within that group, so that they may get a call on a water leak or a water making noise, a humming noise in their house. The clerical staff at the front, they're so well versed in all these areas of roads and traffic, water, sewer, storm drainage, garbage collection, recycling, that they divert, rather than sending those calls through to either a supervisor or a manager, they'll answer, a lot of those questions. So it's a very healthy environment having that knowledge base there, so they can provide information to the customer right away and accurately and quickly deal with the issue at hand. So we receive about 10,000 calls a year, and that's 10,000 calls for service. So we generate work orders through those calls, and then the crews would go out and do those, complete them, and that's all done through a Tempest work order system. And ultimately, down the road, and I think we've talked about this a lot, the CAM system, Corporate Asset Management System, that's what we would move that whole system into, and we'll be talking to you more and more over the next few years about that, because we're really striving to move in that direction.
Good afternoon, Your Worship, Council. I'm going to talk a little bit about transportation. Transportation is one of those services that's heavily integrated between Public Works and Engineering. We're really a team when it comes to delivering this public service. And transportation, it really aligns well with Council's strategic priority of livability, to some degree the environment. So it's definitely an important service that the city provides. Just walking through a few of the notable achievements that we've seen this year. I think Council's already heard a lot about some of these, so I won't go into a lot of detail. But the road clearing for the prolonged snowfall event earlier this year, on December 2nd, there's going to be a bit more of an in-depth discussion. So we'll probably save any detail for that meeting. Another one is the road standards and complete streets. So I think that'll be adopted with the next iteration of the engineering standards. So that'll be before Council later this year or in January, and that essentially is formalizing the philosophy that there should be a facility on every on streets that we we newly build or we heavily renovate, there should be a facility for pedestrians, cyclists, vehicles, transit users, as well as suitable facilities for disabled folks and so on. So that's fairly mature. We've done a lot of public consultation with that, internal consultation, and it's pretty much ready to be established as a bylaw. Downtown mobility study engagement, we've been working on that for about 6 months. We've had quite a few engagements. We've had everything from engagements up at the north end at the mall as a pop-up. We've done several open houses downtown here, as well as at VIU and the NAC and so on. We've had a pretty good turnout at most of them. The last one we had on Wednesday, I think we had about 70 people show up for that. Generally positive comments, and it's moving forward quite nicely there. There's a number of projects listed there. I won't go into each one. I think those are all fairly well speak for themselves. Phase 2 of the LED streetlight conversion, that is starting construction fairly soon, and I think as I mentioned in the previous presentation with projects, the next phases are going to be broken up over several years to kind of ease the financial and project sort of pain with that.
If I can just ask you, please, I'll let Councillor Shirley go first, then I have a question.
Okay, thank you, Your Worship. Mr. Rosen. So with regard to road standards and complete streets, is the kind of the lineup of different projects, is it based on volume of traffic on those streets so that the highest volume ones would be dealt with first and then later, or is it a combination of that along with what other changes need to be made, such as sewer pipes, that type of thing?
Through Your Worship, Councillor Turley. So the complete streets doesn't dictate, or it doesn't establish a prioritization of projects. It's really an engineering standard that we want to achieve if a project is done. So for example, it applies largely to development projects. So if a development is coming online, it'd be like a new, say for example, a new road gets built, it has to meet this standard. Another one would be a capital project. If we're building a new road or we're heavily renovating a road, we're going to try and target that complete streets standard as best we can. And those standards are different for like an arterial compared to a local street. So the standard is sort of hierarchical, and it changes throughout the classification.
Thank you.
If I can ask a question about 7th Street, we received, I think, 3 or 4 emails from people complaining that there wasn't a sidewalk or bike lanes or both along the 7th Street chunk, and I did take the time to go out and look at it, and it's a fairly narrow cut, as I recall. I think you're familiar with the site. And obviously would have required a fair bit of rock blasting from what I could determine. I think Mr. Sims is nodding, and I'm just wondering if you could give us even the very rough estimate of what it would have required in terms of either lengthening the project or cost in order to widen that particular part of 7th Street in order to accommodate a sidewalk or a bike lane or both.
As Your Worship, just to sort of answer your question about 7th Street there. So just let me back up a tiny bit, just first of all, and talk about sort of how we bundle the scope on projects. That particular project is a utility project. It was really driven to upgrade capacity for the sanitary sewer. So that was the primary reason why we were there. We just happened to be digging a trench on 7th Street, and it's a fairly substantial project, so the trench was quite wide and the road needed to be repaved. As with all projects, we look at what other opportunities exist. In that case, we looked at the opportunity for a sidewalk and looked at what the constraints were, including the rock. But there's also an embankment on the other side, on the south side, that leads down to a bit of a wetland. It's a bit of an, I wouldn't say unstable, but it's not a great slope to be building up or building out on. So when you're dealing with those kinds of physical constraints on a project, they factor into the cost, obviously. And in that case, we have to look at what value the facility is going to provide versus the cost. And in that particular instance, we didn't feel that the value was quite there in terms of being the highest priority for the amount of money we had available in the time frame. We can always come along later and add a sidewalk if we want to. There's nothing preventing us from doing that if in the future there's a priority for it. In terms of cost, the rock is fairly easy to estimate the rock removal costs, but that embankment, it can be extremely difficult to estimate those costs because quite often you have to excavate a lot of material out, you have to build up from a foundation. And so we knew it was going to be quite expensive. We haven't done the detailed geotechnical work that would be required to understand that. So I'm afraid I can't give you a detailed answer, but it's quite costly.
Are we talking tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars? Can you at least narrow it down that much?
I would say many hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Closer to million.
Sorry?
Thank you. Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you. My question is actually for Mr. Elliott. When you were talking about your key challenges, you didn't really touch on security concerns. What are the security concerns at Public Works?
Yes, through your worship to Councillor Armstrong. So we, a year ago, we had BC Housing set up some temporary housing at Public Works. So from about this time last year, a little later than this, December, until about May, things were good. Everything was going along smoothly. And, you know, we tried to be good neighbors. We took them a Christmas tree and welcomed them aboard our property there. And things were going very well. And for some reason, in May, we got broken into, you know, twice a week, 3 times a week. So we had to, did an array of fence repair and fixing of the fences. And we've added extra security. So we have commissionaire is there 24/7. And then we also have foot traffic, foot patrols. So the cost of that has been going up, or is substantial. So we've worked with BC Housing to try to combine efforts. And so what we're doing is we've set up waypoints around our property and around theirs. And it's a satellite-based system where the guards walk around, or the security people walk around, and then we know they've been to the place. And then through that, an app, they can do a report saying hole in fence or things like that, report on damage, and then we get a report, you know, immediately to say this is what's going on. So we're working on that, and that will reduce our costs because we're going to be able to streamline the number of security people we've got, because currently we're doubling up on it. But since we've done that, we're back to where we were before May. So things are stable. We're not seeing the holes in the fence. We're not seeing the break-ins, and yeah. So that's in a nutshell. That's the
One other question, Your Worship. You'd mentioned the CAM system, and I believe Mr. Rudolph had talked to us about that before. Are we one of the only municipalities of our size that doesn't have that yet? Like, because my understanding it's a very important system that would really improve. Is that correct?
Yeah, so it's definitely a position that, so Tempest, what we use is a tried and true system that municipalities have used for years. And it has been good. It's a good record management system, but it's address based. So if we're working on a water main in front of 573 12th Street, the information is related to that property. Now that's a customer of ours, and generally we'll have services, so water, storm, sanitary, and we have taxation with these people, and then communication. But the water main doesn't have much to do with anything other than the water main, so the condition of it. So this allows to build history on how many times were you there, how much work have you done to it. The asset starts to build a history of costing, of maintenance, of all of the work that you do on that. And so as an overall system for efficiency, for decision-making through engineering, currently we collaborate on where we're having troubles, but this will automatically build that database, that information on those utilities. So municipalities are working on it. 7 years ago, 8 years ago, I was at a Esri user group, and we asked to go to it to talk to the people that were users that had the program, and a number of them that had just got into it, like Kamloops and Prince George, they had just bought it, and now they're using those programs, and they are big, they're expensive. you want to do it right. And so we're taking our time with that, and it's a big undertaking, but we'll be moving forward to it, with it. The one good thing is we're data rich. We have really solid information on our infrastructure. We know size, we know material, we know age. We've got very good data on that, so that's a big part of that.
Thank you.
Councillor Bonner.
Thank you, Worship. It's probably back to Mr. Rosen on this one. I understand the concept behind the 7th Street. I do remember that a while ago, Mr. Sims came to council and said, if you give me 300,000 of your sidewalk little pot of money we have each year, they can continue on the work and advance the work on Halliburton Street. So my question is, do we have a policy on road work that we're doing, and when engineering comes to council to say, like, if you give us a bit more money, we can do this? Or is that more, is there any policy on that sort of thing, of how that conversation takes place?
Through your worship, Councillor Bonner. So the scope on projects is usually established through a substantial amount of sort of consideration and consultation, usually amongst staff, sort of knowing what the community's sort of interests and priorities are. So for example, if we know there's a real interest in building sidewalk in a certain area, we'll become aware of that over a period of time and typically build a capital project. The $300,000 that you alluded to, that sort of is council's discretion to notionally it was meant for enhancing pedestrian facilities, the active transportation realm. And that's meant to capture those projects where, you know, we haven't been able to build that scope and establish that budget over the normal course of budgeting. So for example, this year it was used for the Halliburton cost share project, which was, it wasn't a project that was sort of in the plan and sort of developed over time. It was in response to the RDN's challenge they had with their force main. Essentially, they had some problems with the force main, so they had to essentially complete this emergency project.
Mm-hmm.
And so we wanted to take advantage of that, and the only funding available for that was those discretionary funds. So in a normal course of business, we would bring forward to council some options to use that money. And the extension of Halliburton is one that we're aware of, and that'll be part of the options presented to council in the new year for spending that money. One of the challenges with that, though, is it can take more than a year to assemble a project and design it, and potentially if you have to acquire property or do consultation and so on, it can take a lot longer than just, you know, if a project is identified from conception, say in February, actually building it that year can be quite challenging. So there's a bit of a timing challenge there in terms of being able to spend that money on a new choice. I hope I answered your question. But.
I think so. We'll see how it goes in our future. Yeah.
So yeah, we don't actually have a policy that establishes the scope of a project. It's something that's built up from the various staff and the various departments to what sort of we think makes sense for that particular entity.
Okay. If I may follow, just my own clarification. So in the complete streets concept, we require that new developments meet this criteria. And so if from a policy point of view is if we were I'm just spitballing here. So if we were working on a particular project was coming through in which the road was being torn up on like 7th, and we weren't putting it to a complete streets back and putting all the infrastructure in for a complete street setup, would that then possibly could be coming to council and say, we're not going to be able to do this with the budget. If you want to do that, it's going to cost X amount of dollars, and then council can say yay or nay. Is that kind of a policy something that might be considered?
So what I'm hearing is the potential establishment of a policy that would require the city to, for example, like a sewer project, if we were restoring the road, that we would bring it up to a complete street standard. So what that would do is it would make every sort of project that we do that would meet that bar, it would add a lot of cost. So typically what we do is we look at the context of the project and see what what potential changes we can make. So for example, if we're replacing a water main that's, impacting a certain portion of the road where a sidewalk alignment could be, we might prepare it for a sidewalk if we think it makes sense. We might do the same thing for a sewer, for example. But if the cost of the sidewalk is quite high and maybe it's a low priority area, we certainly wouldn't recommend that being part of the scope of the project. A policy like that might require it to be, so what you might end up doing is, from a big picture perspective, you might end up spending dollars in areas that shouldn't be as high a priority as other areas are. So it might end up with, allocating dollars to projects in areas where you're not getting the most value out of it, I think is where it would end up.
It was less about having to do it as opposed to given the option to do it. So that I wouldn't expect you to put complete streets everywhere. Sometimes you put a sewer line in. But if council had the option to say, you came to us and said, if you want this, complete streets is going to cost you X amount of dollars, because we have a lot more than 300,000 available. We have the Strategic Infrastructure Fund, which has millions in it. We would be able to say yay or nay at that point. That's the kind of policy thing I'm thinking. But we're talking budget here, so this will be some other time in the future.
I appreciate Councillor Bonner raising this now because given the project that happened, Mr. Sims did come to council without benefit of a policy, but in furtherance of his intelligent management of his department, said, give me a little more money and I can do a lot more work. And I think this is where the rub arguably comes between laying the tracks and playing with the trains. And clearly, in the absence of policy, there appears to be, I think, a reasonable practice that I would expect of the professionals who work for us to, in fact, come forward at appropriate times when, in their judgment, based on their assessment of the costs and the delays that might be involved, the interruption to pedestrian or vehicle traffic, that they will make recommendations to us. And there is nothing to stop, and indeed I don't sense any hesitation, nothing to stop staff from coming forward at appropriate times where they think it's appropriate and do so. And I think that's consistent with the spirit of innovation that all of us as council, I think, encouraged staff to undertake when we were all sworn in. Mr. Sims and then Mr. Rudolph, please.
Your Worship, thank you. I don't know if Mr. Rudolph wishes to add anything, but just your comments touch on a number of the things that Mr. Rosen was addressing as well, which is as we approach each project, we look for opportunity. And I think I'd really like to underscore that. I think that's an important consideration. All staff are really attuned, I would say, to council's strategic priorities and pedestrian improvements. And we know we've got you've heard Mr. Rosen speak of this before, you've heard me speak of it before. We know we've got a lot of holes in our network. As Mr. Lindsay said this morning, we started out with a 22-kilometer long city zone single family, and now we're still dealing with the legacy of that. But I will underscore that we are definitely attuned to trying to make it better all the time, and that means, in the spirit of the Nanaimo Transportation Master Plan, shifting the mode to pedestrians, transit, cyclists. So each of the projects that we do, 7th is a good example. It seems like, well, why can't you just put a sidewalk in? And Mr. Rosen touched on a lot of the reasons, but the context of the project and the priority of that particular stretch of road was not the place where there was value to spend compared to somewhere else in the city. So I just wanted to,
Thank you. Mr. Rudolph.
Your Worship, it's not that it isn't valuable from a
Pedestrian.
it's just value from how many people would actually use it. That versus the cost is the balance there. And it's the best, most effective utilization of taxation dollars. You will be getting the complete streets conversation back to you sometime, probably January. And you may want to put that into a workshop as well. But maybe there's strategic corridors where this may be more of an applicable thing, where there's high traffic, where the principle around high traffic areas. And if there are challenges, there's so many variables with topography and widths of corridors and where the infrastructure in the ground is. And you're not going to tear up the whole street if you only have to do a piece on one side, the other side, you're not going to accomplish this. So probably, if we could find a way to do some illustrations of this and examples, but to have a carte blanche policy would be probably have a lot of unintended consequences. So you might be more strategically directed on that, but that's probably a good way to approach it. Take a look at it from certain street networks, and certainly staff can present that at some point in time, facilitating that conversation. Where you think that's bang for the buck? Meaning, where are you going to optimize? Where are the traffic corridors? How do you optimize that? Where are the safety corridors? And all that type of thing. So there's a lot to it. So I think the value in exploring that, but there's a practical side at the end. And with all the inputs that the staff receive, we're 10,000 inputs in the public works a year. The corporate memory becomes fairly large at the staff level, understanding the nuances of that, and then you layer that in with the infrastructure. So you'll have another kick at that conversation, I think, when you get into the complete streets, and we'll see where it goes with council if you want us to do something further on that during the course of the GPC scheduling next year.
I want to thank Councillor Bonner for raising this, and I want to thank staff for responding. Mr. Rosen.
Okay, just carrying on with that a little bit, just on the complete streets and the engineering standards update, council might be interested to know that we actually have the red line version published on the city's external website right now for a period of consultation. So if council's interested, you can go on and have a look and see all the complete street stuff is on there at this time. And we will be coming forward to council with at least 1 or 2 information sessions on the process and the contents of this engineering standards revision. We might have a session in December that talks about the process, and then in January it'll be more about what the content and the proposed changes are. And just in terms of how we prioritize pedestrian cycling, those types of active transportation projects, just a reminder that as part of the active and sustainable transportation master plan that we're going to be doing in 2020, we'll be looking at all the essentially the holes in the network and coming up with a prioritization process, and then hopefully we're going to come up with a funding plan to be able to tackle those over a certain period of time. So we certainly are going to be looking at that in a lot of detail in the coming year. So I'm just going to switch to the next slide here. Transportation challenges. Now, I'm not sure challenges is the right word for all these, but they certainly are sort of topical issues. One of them is just what we've talked about with like demand for higher service levels, and that really centers around, like, largely it's more active transportation facilities. A lot of it centers around road safety and just mobility in a sense. So we get a lot of calls from the public and interest in sort of all those things. So that's one of the challenges, is just sort of meeting the public expectation and demand for the transportation service. I've listed increasing transit ridership as a challenge, but you could look at it as a bit of an opportunity and a strategic initiative as well. You know, we'll be working with the RDN and the province collaboratively in the coming years in the development of their rapid bus corridor and their enhanced transit services. Our role in that is to provide the bus stops, like the bus stops, the street furniture, and essentially the facilities for the transit riders to come and go from the transit stops, so the sidewalks and so on. So it's necessary for us to work as a partnership with the RDN and the province to make that happen. Road rehabilitation, we've talked about that in the past, how we're not investing enough in the asphalt condition replacement to be able to sustain the existing level of service. So we talked previously, we spend about $3 million a year in road rehab. We probably need to be about $5 million a year to be able to sustain the existing level of service. One of the key things here is we know this, and we're strategically funding like active transportation projects as a priority over this road rehab. And there's good reasons for that, but I just wanted to sort of reiterate that, you know, we will have a challenge over the coming years with deteriorating road conditions, potentially more complaints, more funding pressures on that issue.
Just so we're really, really clear, what you're saying is as we fund active transportation without increasing revenue, we do so to some extent about $2 million a year at the expense of maintaining our roads in a way that would meet the appropriate standards.
So that's a really good point, but it really comes down to what level of service does council want to provide in terms of the asphalt system that we provide out for transportation service. So the funding level that we have isn't sufficient to sustain it as it exists today. So it will continue to deteriorate to some level that is lower than what we have today, that'll be consistent with the funding level that gets applied to it. So it basically means more potholes, more alligatoring, more roughness, that kind of thing. Signal operations and maintenance. We have about 53 traffic signals in the city, and they are maintained and operated essentially by a city contractor that specializes in that. They do a good job, but we have enough signals now that it's a bit of a challenge to have that service contracted out. So we're looking at, and it's a bit later on in the presentation, to engage a traffic signal technician to help oversee that, as well as a traffic signal monitoring system. So centralized control, centralized observation of the real-time condition of all the signals. Traffic medians and boulevard maintenance, that's partly, with complete streets even, there'll be more boulevards, more trees, but it's a fair bit of effort to maintain those in terms of cutting grass, the landscaping, all that sort of stuff. Just making sure we have the resources to continue to sustain the level of service that's expected by the public for those features. And that goes for roads and sidewalks, keeping them clean as well. Every time we add a new road, it immediately requires sweeping essentially, and then in the fairly near future, it requires cleaning of catch basins and so on. So every time we have a development that adds a road or what have you, it increases the load on the maintenance staff. Want to talk a little bit about rail crossings and costs. I've talked to you with council in the past. We have just about 30 rail crossings in the city. Every time that we try and do a project or make any sort of changes around those intersections, we have to adhere to the federal rail crossing standards, and it's extremely expensive. So what it does is it really makes us think twice when we have changes in mind, whether it's even just painting, repainting, or adjusting road line work. It can trigger like a safety audit, which in turn can trigger substantial capital investment requirements. So it really, for lack of a better word, it makes it challenging to do changes to the road or the sidewalks throughout the whole city there. And just growth in infrastructure and workload. I talked a little bit about that already, just in terms of more roads requires more sweeping and so on and so forth, and more time with complaints if people are complaining about parking. It's just more and more workload. It's just a bit of a challenge. Key initiatives. We've already talked about the activities.
Councillor Martin has a question.
Kind of on topic. Who's responsible for the E&N biking, walking trail throughout our city?
The E&N Trail, in terms of maintenance?
Maintenance and cleanliness and et cetera.
So typically, Parks Operations would look after like sweeping and cutting the grass and clearing it and so on.
Okay, because just something for us to think about for future is I have heard from citizens that it's a pretty blah trail to walk or bike on. It's safe, but maybe we should be looking at adopting a kilometer or something and people being able to plant flowers along it or something that's visually, so just, it popped into my mind that I had citizens talk to me about that.
Mr. Harding has been inspired.
Thank you. Thank you, Worship, and to Council. So it's something, when we built it a number of years ago, the 8 kilometers, we're in a number of restrictions of what we can and can't do within the active railway corridor. So for example, there's only, between the trail and the railway, there's only so much, we have to keep the sight lines open. Plus, then on the other side, with highways on the other side, there's only so much room we have. So we're always kind of squeezed in there. So there are some things we've done. We've planted bulbs with rotary before, years past. We used to didn't cut the grass, now we cut the grass. And where areas we can plant some trees or at least let some of the vegetation grow up, we've allowed that. But it's until the railway corridor situation changes, there's not a lot we can do within that active railway corridor.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Hammonds.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to Councillor Martman's point, I think, again, it's a service level or a level of service conversation. We have this amazing corridor through our city, and we talk about active transportation infrastructure and how important it is to us, and then we want it to be prettier. And I think at some point we have to just be able to say we have it and it's good enough. It's good enough. Good enough is good enough. Now, going back to an earlier point, I feel like there's this tension being played around an interest in active transportation infrastructure and road rehab. And I understand that they come from the same department and the same budget, and that we have to make those decisions, but I think it's so I lived on the East Coast for a number of years in Halifax, and potholes were just a way of life. And again, maybe that's a service level conversation, but they also had a really strong active transportation network. So is our challenge and our inability to keep up with the asphalt rehabilitation that we're falling behind on, as well as support the desire of our residents to see more active transportation infrastructure, is that a legacy of the length of our city that we've been talking so much about this morning? Or is that, I'm just not sure how other cities are managing it. That's probably a really unfair question for you, but it seems like there's a tension being set up that hasn't existed in other municipalities that I've lived in, and I'm just kind of curious if you can comment on that. Or maybe I wasn't as engaged, and so I'm not aware of it.
Through your worship to Councillor Hemmons. So it's really not I wouldn't call it a tension between road rehab and active transportation. It's more we only have so much resources to apply, and how do we apply that out? In terms of the road rehab, we're just acknowledging that we're not applying enough resources to that to sustain the existing level of service. It's more just an acknowledgement of that than a tension between that versus sort of active transportation.
So then, if I may, the conversation did take a turn whereby we were saying what we're not doing in road rehab, we're doing in active transportation. So that's the conversation that I think goes out into the public and creates this narrative around it's either active transportation or road rehab. When I think we just should be really careful about saying, yeah, we're below budget on road rehab, and these are the consequences of not funding that well as the city residents have really expressed an interest in active transportation, and that comes with its own resource challenges. So just a comment. I felt like there was an opposition being set up that is unnecessary.
Too much geography, too few taxpayers. Councillor Armstrong.
I just want to comment on that as well. I think everybody, when you do talk, you forget. They still need the asphalt for the buses. They still need them for the bikes. So if we don't have that maintenance and the bikes hit the potholes, so we're going to get the complaints from them too. So I think everybody forgets that they do rely on good asphalt. And if you think we get complaints now, if we don't maintain our roads, look out. That's my personal opinion, and I believe that there's far more car drivers that would be upset than cyclists, in my humble opinion. Thank you.
The thing that I would add to that is, in the presentation, the transportation presentation we provided council in the spring, we talked about some of the asset deterioration curves where we showed, the asset deterioration is fairly slowly, consistently for quite a long period of time, and then it'll drop off substantially. If we, like with road rehab, for example, if we come along and we do some overlays, we do some crack sealing, there's a bunch of sort of treatments that we can extend the life of that asphalt. One of the things that'll happen is if we don't catch it in time, it goes past the point of being able to do a cheap treatment to sustain it. So it gets into the point where the base gravels get damaged and you end up having to rebuild the entire road. So we would really like to be able to avoid that, but unfortunately we don't think that the current funding level is sufficient to prevent us from being able to go down that road, at least in some cases. So just thought I'd highlight that.
Go down that road, that was a very good pun.
Key initiatives. I think we've touched on most of these, so I won't go into a lot of detail. We've talked about the Active and Sustainable Transportation Master Plan. That's going to be very topical for us in 2020. We talked about this centralized traffic signal management system. That's where we can have a centralized observation and control of all the city's traffic signals. At the previous projects presentation, we talked a lot about the Cranberry Connector and what we're looking at with there. The Rapid Bus Corridor, Frequent Transit Network System, again, that's working with the RDN and BC Transit to enhance that overall service, and it will certainly be a partnership with them. And just review and update the inventory of the traffic medians, islands, roundabouts, making sure that we're providing the appropriate level of service out to the public. So I'll hand things back over to Bill, and he can carry on with water.
Thank you, Mr. Rosen. I'm conscious of the time, and it is perhaps, I wouldn't want to impinge on Mr. or Superintendent Miller's time, but just really briefly touching on some of this information that you've seen with our water supply system. This is, to me, it's an exciting statistic. We talked a little bit about this at the Environment Committee meeting the other night, and the graph that you see on the right shows the sort of angled population growth is continuing to go up. The blue bars and the red line, the dashed line that you see starting to decline downwards is our average water consumption, the average amount of water we deliver to the city. So with 25,000 more people than we had in the early 90s, we're consuming the same amount of water. It's something that is I want to say, almost shocking statistic. It's amazing, and what this is doing is it's allowing us to defer a major infrastructure upgrade, which is our replacement of our water supply dam.
Can I just ask to be clear, because it's so small in here and it's still small over there for me. That's the average daily water
Demand, or
for everybody.
For everybody on a daily basis. This is how much. So we.
It's not that's not a per capita amount. That's
correct.
Total. So in an increasing population, the figures are even more dramatic and important. Is what I'm just trying to get at. That that's not per capita. We're reducing. We're good citizens. It's the overall consumption. At the very same time, our population is rising by 1 or 2% a year.
Yeah, exactly, Your Worship. This represents something like in the last 20 years, about a 38 or 30-something% decline in consumption. It's incredible, actually.
Councillor Hemmons, then Councillor Marmon.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I was so excited to read this stat. Can you tell us what it is we're doing that is resulting in this decline, and what we can continue to do to see it go down?
Well, that's an excellent question, Your Worship. So I think this is decades of Nanaimo citizens doing the right thing. It's many of the things that leading water thinkers nowadays are talking about as best practices, Nanaimo did 20 and 30 years ago. This is universal metering. This is the entire cost of the water system being borne by the water system users, so they call that full cost accounting. So rather than any subsidy from taxation, it's purely funded from water. So those are two of the really big ones. Another one is what we call an expanded block rate, which the more you use, the more you pay. Ms. Mercer and Ms. Fulla talked about this is coming back to council in the new year on an adjustment to our user fee situation. So those are some of the factors. The other thing that I would say is this is a phenomenon that's catching across North America as toilets are more efficient, washing machines are more efficient, shower heads and so on are more efficient. So there's a little bit of that, but really I would say we're valuing water appropriately. So people are paying, if you want a green lawn, well, $300 a month for water is your price. Maybe that's an exaggeration, but people are making a judgment whether there's a need for a green lawn in the summertime, and that's really contributing.
A comment, if I may. At UBCM, I attended a panel with the Mayor of Fort St. John and the Mayor of Victoria. And it was really interesting because the Mayor of Victoria is seen as, a leader in kind of green initiatives, sustainability, et cetera, and the Mayor of Fort St. John is, obviously heavy industry and the oil industry, et cetera. And I thought there was such a poignant moment when the Mayor of Fort St. John said, we'll stop producing as much as we do when you guys stop demanding as such. And it really struck me as there's so much personal responsibility in how we manage our lives to reduce our water, to reduce our energy consumption, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm really glad to hear that there's some systemic changes and advances that we're leading, but that it also really is up to individual people to make choices to reduce their water consumption.
Yeah, I think that's
really
wonderful.
well
said. Yeah, and that's exactly what's happened here.
Councillor Martman.
Thank you. Just echoing on Councillor Hemmons, and I've lived in the city for 30 years, so I'm aware of, I believe that the city has done a good job in educating the citizens on water consumption. Water is the new blue gold, and I value it deeply. And I believe that the citizens of Nanaimo are demonstrating this. When you drive around in the summertime, you usually see brown lawns.
That's right.
And I thank the citizens of Nanaimo, and maybe we're showering together more, or however we're looking after our water supply, but I think this is great, and we should continue this great work.
Thank you.
To paraphrase the former and late Prime Minister, I'm not sure that the city has any business in the showers of the city, but Mr. Sims.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Get us back on track, so to speak.
Yep. So there's a number of projects that we have been working on, and one of them, this has been a multi-year project, is the emergency water pump station, where we've got a cooperative relationship with Nanaimo Forest Products and their Harmac pulp mill, where we exchange water in the event of an emergency. So we've been able to provide them water, and we have almost every year. But for them to provide us water, we would need to pump it back into the city. So we'd need to, we're building a pump station. We're very close to commissioning that, we expect by the end of the year. And we've done some work, some dam safety work on our water supply dams at South Fork and Jump Creek. And up on the top of the hill, is a pump station and reservoir upgrade that we've been doing just to supply West Nanaimo. So the very high zone around College Park and around Westwood Lake. So that's been a multi-million-dollar project that we're not hearing much about, which is perhaps a good thing. So Council's aware, I hope that with our water supply strategic plan that we did in 2007, it's really time for an update. There are a number of things that have changed since then, and that's going to be rolled in. That engagement for that water supply strategic plan will be rolled in with our OCP Plus work that's coming out shortly. So we're really conscious of this engaging the public in these strategic documents once and not trying to slam everybody over and over and over again. So the bottom bullet there about revenue, this is something that we really need to keep an eye on. So the classic statement is that you've done so well in conserving water, we're going to raise your rates to reward you for it, because we still have a balance. We still need to operate the system. There's still a cost to operating the system, and so finding the balance is really what our finance department is trying to strike with making sure that there's enough to operate the system and still having this conservation mindset. So I'm not going to take too much time. You can see the bullets here. So one of the things, our South Fork Dam is now getting close to 90 years old, and we're in the process of re-examining options for upgrading it for seismic. We want to preserve that structure.
Okay, so sanitary sewer, this is the service that most people don't want to think about, but really hope it operates effectively. Maybe I'm stealing some of John's thunder here, but essentially one of the things that we talked about when we prepared this presentation was, how do we feel about the sanitary sewer service? And one of the things that came out was we have a very low claim rate in terms of MIA, like municipal insurance. So we have a much lower backup rate than many municipalities. So we talked a lot about sort of why that's the case. I mean, a lot of it comes down to the operations and maintenance crew spent a lot of time, videoing the sewers, cleaning the sewers, making sure things are operating appropriately. We've cleaned and inspected 125 kilometers. That's, I think, almost 20% of the entire sewer plant the city has. So it's quite a lot of effort there. One of the things I wanted to talk about was I overheard some questions earlier around inflow and infiltration and like sewer capacity and so on. So it's one of the challenges that we have, especially with our trunk sewers. You know, a lot of the trunk sewers, they were installed in the 70s, around the time of amalgamation. You know, there was a projection of what the loading or the demand would be on those sewers. And there's been a lot of growth in the city over that time, and some of those predictions didn't play out exactly as they maybe had expected 40 years ago. And the other thing is around like the I&I that we get as the sewers age and so on. You end up with a bit more I&I getting into the systems. There's a few areas of town where we're actually very fortunate that we have a separate storm sewer and sanitary sewer system. There's many communities out there that have combined sewers. Victoria, Vancouver, they're good examples. They spend many millions of dollars every year struggling to separate those two out so they don't get these CSOs or these combined sewer overflows that happen during a large rain event. So we're extremely fortunate in that regard. There are a few pocket areas of the city where we don't have really good storm infrastructure, so some of the houses may be connected, unfortunately, to the sanitary sewer. And you know, as we go about those neighborhoods, we do smoke testing and we look into it, and we try and resolve those as best we can. Where there isn't a storm sewer, it can be difficult to actually deal with them, because there's really no other place for them to deal with their drainage. So it can be quite challenging. So I'll move to the next slide. Just sort of key initiatives. Every year we typically take on what we call a master plan, and that's where we really study the condition and capacity of a particular catchment of sewer, and that takes quite a bit of staff time to study those well. And one of the things that we do have is we have a lot of flow monitoring stations within the city. So these are essentially manholes that have a flow monitoring flume in them that we can read in real time, and we use that to calibrate the models that we have. So what it allows us to do is really extract every last piece of capacity out of our system and optimize it as best we can. It helps us prioritize projects, optimize projects, and we find that extremely helpful. And I think I'll leave it at that. And Australia.
So just on, when I arrived, there was some questions about stormwater getting into sanitary sewer systems, and are we talking about disconnecting them or stopping that from happening? Paul alluded a little bit to it. A lot of our problem is in Old Harewood, where originally there may not have been storm sewer or ditches. The ground in that area, we call it Harewood hardpan, and it's not a porous material. It's very silty, it's not free draining, and it's tough to get water away from buildings. One of the things that they did when they built houses back in the 40s, 50s, and 60s was they put in what was called a Harewood Y, and so they would put a sewer service into the house and then a Y off of that with a brass cap. And everything in the Harewood area would be bedded in a bird's eye gravel, a small, clean gravel, which would attract water, and then water would flow through that. And so we've been going over the past 10 years now. We've had a I&I program that we work closely with the RDN on, because it's part of their permit to treat sanitary sewer. It's part of the liquid waste management plan. And so we have endeavored to reduce the amount of I&I, and through that program, we do a series of videoing of the sewers.
Sorry, what's I&I?
Inflow and infiltration. So it's clean, it's rainwater getting into the sanitary sewer. It's not something we support. We want to get that water actually back in the ground and create groundwater recharging and feed the trees, and not put it into the sewer, because then we have to enlarge the pipes, we have to treat that sewer, and so on. So we've had an extensive effort doing that, and through the program we've found a number of things that contribute to capital projects. So we'll feed up sewer that's got a lot of leaking in it, manholes that's leaking in it, and we've got some very innovative equipment where we inject grout into the ground in wet seasons, which will seal manholes and pipes and things like that. Anyway, I just wanted to touch on that because I know that was a question, and yeah, we're very cognizant of it. One of the things we talk about a lot at the RDN is at the ownership change of a house, there's a line in the sand there. There's an inspection of the roof, foundation, and the infrastructure of the house. The one thing that's not within that is videoing of storm and sanitary services. Those can be $25,000 to replace for the homeowner. We'd like to get that as part of a transfer of title, would be that understood, what condition those are in, and then make that as part of a transaction that's worth $500,000 or, $800,000. That is the time to say, oh, well, let's make that part of the deal. And then, because that's where a big part of our problem is. We can have solid infrastructure, but as soon as the property line starts, that condition can be poor, and that'll contribute to a lot of drainage getting into our system. So I wanted to talk a little bit about rainwater. It's dear to me. I feel Nanaimo does a very good job in this. We've got quite a bit of infrastructure. We do quite a regime of maintenance on it through video assessments, cleaning of sewers, flushing of the storm drains. In 1989, I moved from engineering downtown out to public works, and so we took capital construction over out there, and I witnessed on a November, December, January, February, March afternoon, evening, there would be crews running crazy. They would be going all weekend, all night long, putting out floods, block culverts, we'd pinch points in the system where when we'd get these storm events, the crews would be out all night. So through a lot of effort from understanding where those pinch points were, support from council to invest in that infrastructure, that it's all general revenue, so there's a lot of arm wrestling for those funds, but they did invest over the years and continue to in that infrastructure. So now we have a big storm. We may have a few people patrolling and out, but we don't have the crews out all night, up against a real big problem. The systems it handles it now. We have critical areas that we patrol and we check, and we work very hard on those all summer long to make sure that they're in good shape to be able to handle storms that come in the fall and winter. And I can tell you that it's one of the lowest overtime areas in Public Works is the drainage crews. We aren't calling crews out to deal with flooding because the system is handling it. And we're very happy about that. Some of the key challenges, though, moving forward, is, a big one is climate change. What we're seeing is short duration, yet high intensity storms moving through. And so the system is having a really a hard time with that, taking those large volumes of rainfall and conveying them into ultimately down to the ocean. So we're doing a number of steps. We're studying the north end. We've had in 2016 and again in 2018, we had back-to-back storms out there, and I've never actually seen until then manholes, lids coming off because the systems were, and we did witness that on 2 occasions in the north end. So the study in that area is ongoing now, and we'll have that complete, I believe it's next year, is it?
So I'll just add a bit of information on that. So the study is going on right now. We're sort of nearing completion. We expect the study will be complete by the end of the year. There may be some substantial outcomes from that in terms of the risk to the system that we might want to bring in front of council in the new year, just to sort of highlight what's there and sort of what we propose to do about it.
So the other area is educating of residents, and of course, a number of years ago, we used to fill ditches in for residents. We had an infill program, and we've stopped that, and it was really tough for staff to say no to people that wanted to park their RV or have additional width on their frontage. And so what we came up with was a rating system, and to allow staff to go out and have a checklist of, does this meet the criteria? It's pretty hard to meet, but it allowed staff to go over and have a tool that they didn't have to kind of just argue principle of groundwater recharging that. And what I've found is through, discussion with residents, once you start talking about, these cedar trees here, they're actually in decline and they're having a tough time because we need to get this water back down into the ground. And suddenly you can see the light go off and they're like, groundwater recharging, that makes a lot of sense. So we've been able to pull back on that and educate a lot of the staff around that, around the resource, the big resource that we have with water. We used to try to get it away from everything as quickly as possible. Now we want to actually get it back into the ground and let it do its job.
So we'll just talk a little bit about some of the key initiatives for stormwater for 2020. So one of the things I was just mentioning earlier in terms of that study for the north end is a little bit of a hazard assessment. As we know, with climate change, we're going to have some stresses on the pipes. John's story, it's a bit of a good news story, but we also know this looming challenge we're going to have with capacity as part of climate change. So we may have to get into hazard assessments and some creative solutions for dealing with system design and so on. One of the challenges we're going to have is when we do projects, so we do like a sanitary project, we'll look at the other infrastructure in the same street, and quite often there's aging storm infrastructure that we would like to bundle as part of the project. One of the challenges we have is just being able to fund that, because we have the sanitary utility, we have the water utility. They're pretty healthy in terms of being able to bundle projects, but the storm, because it comes with general revenue, it makes it a bit more challenging. So we're looking at potentially a stormwater utility, and we'll be exploring that further in 2020. And John already talked a little bit about working with the RDN on source control and with I&I and so on. And we also have some upgrades to some camera equipment that we're looking at for 2020.
So Public Works also looks after fleet, and it's a large area. We provide equipment and vehicles for everyone in the city. So there's about 466 units in the city, and that's vehicles and equipment for Parks and Rec and Public Works. There's one fleet manager and 14 staff there, and you've heard a lot about the Green Fleet strategy, and we're working hard on that to come up with a review of the efficiency of the vehicles and implemented things like right sizing of vehicles. So we want to make sure that people have the equipment to do their job, but we don't want it to be an F-550 when it could be a Prius. So there's lots of sort of new things coming on to understand what the right size vehicle for the job is. And you'll be hearing more of that as we move forward. We'll be pulling together a report on the Green Fleet and preparing a short-term strategic plan for it. So the other thing we do, we have strict guidelines around commercial vehicles and have to adhere to specific things around weights and size and trailer towing. And a lot of those, we spend a lot of time with that in the province with our commercial vehicles. Mobile equipment is becoming quite a thing that we're trying to move into, so equipping vehicles with mobile equipment, with technology, so they can do their job easier and track information better. And of course we've purchased the CNG garbage trucks, which has dramatically reduced our carbon footprint, and they are working well. We see a lot of benefit in the CNG product. One of the other things that we've done is we're starting down a track with purchasing on a system called Sourcewell. And it's a large buying group, and so we bought a backhoe through it and a few other things. And it looks to be a cost savings. And saves purchasing some time. So we've been experimenting with that, and it seems to be a pretty good process. So we've become a member, and we bought a few things through there. Of course, premiums, insurance premiums, everyone's is going up. One of the things we were able to do this year was look at our rate class of vehicles. And through that, I think we saved $7,000 the first time, which challenging ICBC on how our rate classes were derived and which were assigned to certain vehicles. And then we dug a little deeper and found, at the end of the day, I think it was $25,000 we were able to save in our insurance premiums. So that was it was a huge win for fleet staff to undertake that and find it. Our fleet's facility is not in very good shape. We've heard about Public Works building, but I just wanted to reiterate that, yeah, we have an old building there, and it's not quite serving its needs. So I'm sure the fleet guys in the future are going to look forward to a new facility there. Yeah, so initiatives, again, the e-fleet strategy moving forward. You're going to hear more and more about that. It's really exciting. Our fleet manager is part of the e-fleet group and partaking in that, and we've been doing a lot of data gathering for that group. We're always looking at ways to find efficiencies in our fuel use on vehicles, and we also share information with other municipalities. This goes for all groups, I would say. I sit on a group in Vancouver of managers from West Van to Hope, and we get together a couple of times a year and we share information, share knowledge, share approaches to things. And our fleet manager also sits on a committee of fleet managers that's what they do. And it's amazing, we're not competing with each other, we're working together and sharing information and processes, and knowledge has been invaluable in all areas, and I commend all of our staff for reaching out to other municipalities just to share information and knowledge.
I'm just going to jump in on solid waste management. Some of the stuff you may have heard before, but we've, as council's aware, Ms. Davis initiated the project to convert us to a solid waste pickup, automated pickup system, and Mr. Thompson's kind of taken a real strong role in making sure that that's been up and functioning. So we've shifted. One of the drivers was workplace injuries, so we've dropped that 90%. Council's aware of the recent the NIMO Foundation report, Vital Signs, that talked about, our garbage rates are up, which is correct technically, but there's a bigger context to that, and that context is we believe our citizens are using the garbage system more because we've seen a decline of total weight at the landfill. It's dropping, so that means there is a higher rate of diversion. We're seeing our diversion rate also go up. We're seeing illegal dumping decline as well. So it's a good news story. It's just when you see there's more garbage at the curb, that doesn't necessarily mean that residents are becoming more careless. It's just that we think we're consolidating that. So it's been a really good program. As council's aware, we've had some challenges over the past little while. Some innovative solutions. I think we're going to iron those wrinkles out. We've had. His worship is very much sensitive to if someone's a day late with getting their garbage picked up. It's startling how sensitive that is.
They're not the greatest generation, that's for sure.
But I think it's a level of service that the public expects. And we're addressing, one of the challenges is the long lead time to buy new trucks. But our fleet manager's been sort of pushing hard and found us 2 used trucks from Kelowna. They've been retiring the fleet because they're going outsourced, and so we've picked up 2. So we'll be able to cycle through. We've seen a lot more use on our trucks than we anticipated when we first started putting the program together, and that's taken us a while to sort of catch up. I want to put a little shout out to one of our staff members. So we brought recycling in-house, and this was a big shift. We used to have 2 trucks running around picking up recycling, garbage, and green waste. We brought the recycling in-house. Now we have 1 truck, so we've just reduced everything by 1/3. So this was a good thing, but recycling is very challenging because people don't bother breaking down their boxes and so on, and it leaves it lofty. So when we go to dump it at the Recycle BC site, it takes a little while to get out. I'm talking hours sometimes, depending on. So our fleet foreman came up with the idea of putting a vibrator on the side of the truck, and now it's done in 3 minutes. So this is just an amazing accomplishment. It's pretty demoralizing for the operator of the vehicle to be sitting there and trying to pull this stuff out. It's not a safe condition, but just to flip on a vibrator and have this stuff slide out is so that's a big. I didn't want to take up too much time, but I just also wanted to acknowledge that. I'm also excited to inform you, finally, after a long period of time, we've established our zero waste coordinator. So she started this week. Her name is Kirsten, and we're excited to have her. She's an enthusiastic individual. She sent me an email just before this meeting that was quite detailed and quite thoughtful. So we're very excited. She comes highly recommended. She's got some good experience, and so I'm pleased to announce that to Council. I know that's been a long time coming. So that will accelerate our zero waste initiatives as we go into the new year. So with just being mindful of time, I'm going to pass it back to Mr. Rosen unless there's questions on the solid waste piece.
Councillor Hammonds.
I don't have a question, but a comment for all of the hordes of people that are watching. John told me about an app that you can download on your phone, and it tells you in advance of when the garbage truck's coming, because I miss it every week. And so it tells you on your phone, and then when the garbage truck, it didn't pick up on that day, it sent me a little message saying, leave it out, we'll be there first thing in the morning. So for those folks, we do get a lot of emails about this. It's a super handy app, you just download it.
It's great.
So,
it's amazing. Thanks for bringing that forward.
More good news. I like it.
Okay, infrastructure planning. So within engineering, we have this group that essentially looks after the planning and engineering of the city's utilities, so water, sewer, storm. And one of the achievements that they were able to complete this year was a condition pilot program. So one of the inherent challenges with water mains is understanding their condition, because they're buried. You know, it's not like a sewer where you can put a robotic camera down and inspect them and have a look. With water mains, it's inherently difficult to have a look. You have to go and dig a hole, and you have to disturb it, and so it's quite challenging. So we've established this process where when we're there anyway, installing a service connection, doing a repair, what have you, we have a system that the city's IT department helped build for the water crews to collect the information that's necessary for us to build a condition assessment of the city's water system. So that's one of the things that they did, and they look after our water our monitoring programs for sewer and storm and so on as well as rainfall.
Thanks, Paul. So I intend, early in the new year, like Mr. Lindsay likes to come and do a beauty show about all of the development that they've done. I'd kind of like to come and do an engineering public works version of that early in the new year, but we're on track for a $50 million worth of capital projects, and this is a startling number. And as far as pure, basic infrastructure, water, sewer, roads, this is our highest year ever. It's amazing. There's a couple of reasons I think for that, but chief among them is, in the good governance piece, the shift in governance at the council table, I feel has really opened up staff's ability to just cut loose and work. And the level of efficiency in that is amazing, and that's really underlying a lot of this. So what can I say on behalf of Engineering Public Works staff? Thank you to your worship and council. I think that's a biggie.
Surely you're not going to suggest for a laxative in light of the previous discussion.
So, no, just keep going.
We all have it.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
Got things moving.
So in the category of governance, one of the other things that, the capital projects policy that council adopted and the capital project management framework that applies across is really actually helping, and it's upping our game, and it's making us a little more efficient, and we're certainly appreciative of that. And council's received the award for city projects, and that was through our staff as well, working closely with IT. One of the things that I really wanted to emphasize right throughout this presentation, I think, is the level of collaboration, not only across the organization, but with other levels of government too. So one of our biggest challenges, and Mr. Rosen will say it's probably one of the things that we spend the greatest amount of time on, is public communication. And that's a shift. Again, the engineering of the 70s and 80s, back when I was just a toddler, was we're just doing this, and you shut up and you'll like it. Now we're out there and engaged and investing a lot in communication. It's a real shift, and it's both a challenge, it's an opportunity. It allows for citizen engagement in their city building. And so we're working closely, of course, with Ms. Gurry's staff on branding, communication, and it's been really, really spectacular. So here's the graph that most people will skip over, but I just asked Ms. Fuller early, just before the meeting, that at the end of the year 2024, it looks like we've got something really small there, which means our debt servicing for our fleet for the solid waste, the garbage trucks are falling off. So that's a good little, just in case you noticed that. So thank you, Wendy. And then sanitary sewer, these are nominal increases. I think as both our finance, Ms. Mercer and Ms. Fuller addressed, this idea of having a municipal price index would be really helpful for council to explain why is this going up. Yes, there's wages, and we can all get that. We often hear this comment about, well, it should be your population growth plus your CPI, but that's just completely unrealistic. So I'd look forward to seeing that sort of thing in the near future. All right. So Mr. Rosen mentioned there's a business case which is included in the budget for a new traffic signal technician that'll operate out of the yard. There's a capital impact of a new vehicle and some software to get that started. That's included. That's being brought forward or recommended by the senior management team. And just as council's aware, as part of the reorganization in July of this year, we've got this manager facility assets, and there's again sort of a cross-departmental or organization-wide effort on having our facilities assets managed as well.
Question.
Councillor Armstrong.
Just a question for the traffic signal technician. You said right now that it's being contracted out. Will this result in cost savings by having our own in-house?
Good question. Remember yes. Looking at Ms. Fuller,
Super,
yes.
thank
Yes.
you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you for that. There's a couple of positions that we've been contemplating, of course, but are not included in the draft budget, and these are project engineer and municipal services inspector. So currently, we're funding these projects via capital funding from the project. So the project is paying for the project management, and we have an embedded contract project manager with the city who's rates or charge-out rates are funded from capital. So there's this balance of I should say operating, but not the same way as a staff member. So there's this balance that we're striking, but this is how we operate. That concludes. One of the things we touched on earlier was the Public Works facility, and just wanted to have that there as well.
Councillor Churley.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Mr. Sims, the question I have is regarding the manager of facility assets. And all I need is clarification in my senior's mind. We heard Parks and Rec do what I would appear work on city facilities, but I'm assuming that's more on the maintenance end of things, whereas is this more planning for replacement of assets, or just if you could clarify that for me, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. And to you to Councillor Turley's question, exactly, good question and very good question. And we're working with the facilities group and Mr. Harding to see what the right balance is on that. It makes sense for the long-range planning of not only infrastructure but also facilities to be under one roof, but the day-to-day maintenance is likely to remain with we'll call it a parks facilities group in the future. So that it's striking that balance is the discussions we're having right now.
Thank you.
Councillor Bonner.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thanks very much for the presentation. I always enjoy hearing about this sort of stuff, even though some people don't. I was remembering back to the time when we went on the tour of the Public Works Yard, and you brought me up to an area where they do the pavement rework, and you showed me all these nice machinery that was sitting there. And you also mentioned that there was 4 men where there used to be 8 before, or 4 employees where there used to be 8 before. And now that you're down to 4, they can't even run all the equipment that they have. So are we getting better in that, in terms of are you able now are you getting more employees that you need? Because I'm particularly concerned about the paragraph that you've written on page 16 of your business case, and I'll just read it out to you.
Sure.
The volume of work currently underway and expected for 2020 will present challenges to respond quickly to new initiatives or changes in priorities. And I was kind of wondering if you could explain that. I kind of think I know what it means, but I'd rather hear what it means from you.
Thank you. No, thanks for the question. Your Worship, the paragraph refers to just that we're operating at a pretty healthy capacity, and we use tools or resources like the contract project manager to help buffer that and manage that. That's kind of where this is. So if somebody drops a brand new project on Mr. Rosen's head, then it's a scramble to try and figure out how we can do it. We're operating at a high level. We're operating at a fairly capacity is what that's talking about. And just to comment on the number of staff, that was really on the operational side, on how we respond to. Before we would have had a paving crew. Now we're doing things on a smaller level, a smaller basis, I should say, and we're using contractors as well to respond to some of those repairs and so on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think so, yeah, thanks.
Anyone else? If not, Mr. Sims, to you and all who work with you, thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate the work you continue to do. And congratulations on a banner year. It's just too bad Mr. Lindsay wasn't here to hear your comments.
The difference between the two is Mr. Lindsay leaves us above the ground.
He's in there listening.
The next... 5-minute break. I would like to reconvene the Finance and Audit Committee, if I could. Thank you very much, everyone. Our next presenter will be Superintendent Cameron Miller. Welcome very much. And Superintendent Miller, I understand you may keep your presentation a little shorter today because we're going to hear from you on Monday as well.
Yes, Your Worship. First of all, thank you for allowing me to present to yourself and Council in the Nanaimo's RCMP's 2020 budget ask. I will be presenting on Monday at the GPC, and my presentation there will be going a lot more statistical driven and crime type driven as well, but I will cover some of that in my presentation here.
Thank you very much.
The funding that we are going to receive allow the Nanaimo RCMP to move forward with a mission statement of making Nanaimo the safest community in Canada. So just cover off a bit of basics here, Your Worship. Cover off the policing contract. So the contract is with the province. The province then passes down to the communities who elect to use the RCMP as their service provider for policing and law enforcement. And we use a 90-10 funding ratio for a community our size, which means that 90% of policing costs are paid by the community, 10% paid by the federal government. And that 10%, however, does give the federal government the right at any time to withdraw 10% of the assets that they pay for. And we saw that in the 2017 wildfires when they came across the province and took 10% of every detachment to go up and support the areas in Williams Lake and the interior to prevent looting and to enhance public safety. At that time, it creates obviously great pressure on the detachment. We're having to use overtime to meet our minimums because we've lost 10% of our resourcing at that level. So it's always something to consider. As for RCMP in the community, just to refresh your memories, there are 144 paid positions of the municipality. That will be jumping to 147 on April 1st with a new budget ask as part of the 3 new officers each year for the next 5 years. And of those 144 officers, that includes general duty patrol. Now, the general duty is a coordinated response. They work 24/7, 365, and they provide immediate response to calls for service. Our general duty members are responsible for timely responses, normally the first to be on scene, and they're the ones that people think of when they see a marked police car. Over half the Nanaimo RCMP officers are on general duty, and they're supported by our specialized sections. Those sections include the bike unit, serious crime, drugs, property crime, forensics, our school and youth units, First Nations pleading, traffic, tech crimes, and of course victim services. While Nanaimo RCMP is the largest detachment on the Vancouver Island, we're really the big kids on the block here, we're still supported by our district. And our island district allows us to draw on additional resources when we need them, and part of that 10% rule. So you think back to the Rutherford School when we had to bring in an extra 50 officers to take back that school. You think of some of the protests we have the ability to draw on other resources from our neighboring detachments, similar to the right they have to draw from us. So with respect to the budget numbers for the 144 officers, or 147 as April 1, I appreciate this represents a large amount of the city's budget. However, providing public safety is critical to any city to flourish and grow. We need to have a safe community, and the Nanaimo RCMP are proud to be the partners for the city of Nanaimo, making this a safer community. So I'd like to look at some of our calls for services and achievements. So calls for service, you can see they continue to rise. This year we're going to surpass 50,000 calls for service within the community. As of this morning, we're at 48,000 calls, so we still have a full month to go. So we're going to probably break around 53,000 by the year-end ballpark. And considering we were at 48,000 last year, that's a 5,000 call increase.
Superintendent Miller, if I just may interrupt, and I appreciate if you're going to go over this Monday, just tell me to shut up and we'll move on. But there was some indication during the course of the last year that we were getting certainly from Mr. LeBerge around bylaws, calls from people, oh, there's a strange-looking man in my neighborhood related to the 2 housing sites that wasn't really criminal in nature, but nevertheless got the call. Does that account for part of this as well, for the significant increase you're seeing, or am I just completely off base?
No, absolutely. That's a great question, Your Worship. That is definitely some of the increase in calls for service we have, because we've taken a philosophy with educating the community, similar to what you see in an airport: see something, say something. So we're getting people to call in if they see prowlers, because in order for us to properly allocate resources on where they should be, we need to know what's going on where. So much like when a person has their lawnmower or bicycle stolen from the backyard and it's a 20-year-old bike that's rusty, they don't report it. We don't know that bike was ever stolen, so we don't know where things are happening. So a lot of these calls might be prowlers or minor in nature, but we have to remember that anytime somebody calls the police, that's a big deal to them. That's the biggest thing that's happening to them that day to them, and they want some sort of service. So that's why we're going to respond professionally every time. So thank you for that question, Your Worship. So, and on those calls where we're going to break through 50, one of the things we just implemented is online reporting. So citizens can go online and report a crime of certain types, for example, a stolen bike. And there's a number of criteria that will allow you to go through, and if you breach one of these criteria, you're kicked out and told to call the police. So the item has to be less than $5,000. There's nobody need to be interviewed. There's no what we call crimes against persons, so nobody's been assaulted. It's probably no chargeable offense. So, you know, we had our first one reported today with the theft of an object from a house in the backyard. And they reported that. It's online. It's automatically scored. What that's doing is taking away officers from going to that place and filing it all. It's all automatically recorded. So that's going to free up time for officers to do more proactive patrols, which means the community be much safer. Crime types and crime trends are evolving. As a police agency and your contracted law enforcement provider, we're committed to remaining innovative in our approach. But a number of factors have caused the increase in crime. I don't think I have to tell you those, but we'll go over them for the record. Fentanyl, homelessness, increasing gang activity. Those are the three big ones that are driving up crime types in the neighborhood. So that's some of the daily stuff faced by the detachment, but our community as well, because we are the community providers, and that's what we're seeing every day in the community. And of course, the last bullet there, traffic and water safety. We talk about traffic safety, and enforcement's a big part of that. But also education and prevention are key pillars to the success of ongoing traffic safety. Year to date, there's been 9 fatal accidents in the community. We had 7 last year, so we've obviously surpassed that. We're partnering with ICBC to hand out reflective gear, because one of the things you see when you're driving around at night, you'll see pedestrians walking. And I'm not sure why everybody has a fascination with dark black coats. But, oh, well, like Councillor Armstrong, you know, Your Worship, what can I say? So, reflective gear, it helps people be seen. So ICBC's given that out, and we're helping that. So together as partners, we can make roads safer. We can't do all this by ourselves. Oh, I think I missed one. Challenges. So challenges coming up for 2020. Looking at the first one, there are operational pressures. So gang issues, that's something that's starting to creep back into the community. We had a bit of gang problem a few years ago. We managed to get on top of it. And now we're seeing just a little bit of it with one youth gang, but with another gang coming in, and we're working on that pretty hard. Our youth unit, through prevention and community engagement, works with the youth to prevent them about not only gangs, but drugs. And that becomes a very important thing going forward with the youth. Another operational pressure we have is property crime. That continues to be the largest driver of crime in Nanaimo. We can't solve this issue without community doing their part, secure the property. Through our Block Watch program, which has now reached 13,000 people in the community, we educate, we have fan outs, and we work with everyone to help reduce the chances of being a victim. Things like don't leave valuables in your car, lock your car, put your lawnmower in your garage, you know, right? Stuff like that, and that helps prevent people becoming victims. We look at the space review, all right? With 15 new officers coming over the next 4 years and a detachment, which is already beyond capacity, we've been looking at new space. And some of the space we're looking at is the building across the road, and we're working with the partners in there on some of the space that they don't need. And Mr. Brad Sawchuk, the manager of police support services in the Nanaimo RCMP, is taking the lead on that to work on where we can place some of our sections at the detachment over across the road. We want to make sure that we have a harmonious working relationship with all our units because we share information, but some units are better off suited maybe in a different place. Staffing of regular member positions. When the city advertises for a job, I'm sure Your Worship, you know a lot of people apply for it. But 100 people might apply, but how many do you want to interview? All right? So with the RCMP, we look at roughly a 15-to-1 ratio. For every 15 people that apply to the RCMP, 1 gets through the academy. Whether they fail on the polygraph, whether they're medically not fit, whether they have a criminal record, as people do apply with criminal records, that's the thing. So recruiting is nationally done, and the RCMP, Vancouver City Police, the OPP, Toronto Police, the military, everybody's having trouble recruiting people these days. So staffing is an issue. Our academy can turn out about 1,100 recruits a year. This year, we're anticipating losing 1,500 people to retirement in the RCMP. Doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out that the math's not good on that one. So we are looking at staffing of regular member positions. So sometimes we're running vacancy. A couple weeks ago, I was in Ottawa, and I met my colleague who was the chief in Portland. And they have an authorized strength of 1,100, and they're running 970. They can't fill those vacancies. So something there to consider. Reducing fatal motor vehicle accidents, as I mentioned before, education, working with our partners, and enforcement is one of our pillars on that one. Initiatives for 2020, homelessness. And your worship, you're well aware of that, and we've spoken many times, and council, I've spoken with council many times on this one. Work with the city and other government agencies and non-government agencies to find the root cause of this homelessness, be it addiction, mental health, poverty, or circumstances. Cannabis regulations. We all know that the federal government legalized cannabis last October, but just recently, I guess 2 weeks ago, there was a successful court conviction under the new act for violation ticket, because you issued violation tickets now. So the first one went through and we got a conviction on that one. So Nanaimo drug units continue to focus on...
I think Councillor Martman didn't quite catch that.
I didn't quite catch that, and I'm actually keenly interested. What was that?
Yeah, certainly. So there was a successful court conviction a couple weeks ago on the possession of cannabis. Now, you're allowed to possess it, but there's certain circumstances where you can't. So you can't be possessing it, using it while you're driving or something.
Oh, right.
So this person was issued a violation ticket for having cannabis and using it while driving a motor vehicle, because that will impair your ability to operate a motor vehicle, because you have impairment by drugs, impairment by alcohol. All right, two methods. So a conviction under the Cannabis Act for the possession and impairment.
Thank you.
So drug unit continues to work on suppliers. All right, because while it's legal to possess personal use, it's not legal to have, it is illegal to have 10 or 20 kilos of marijuana to hand out to people. That's called trafficking. So we talk about public safety and community. Oh,
Councillor Martman?
Out of curiosity, I know this may be hard to project, but I see it as key initiative, and I'm just wondering how much time do you think it's about implementing the cannabis regulations? So like you're saying, it could be smoking and driving, or it could be illegal underground activities. Do you anticipate this really taking up a lot of time for our CMP here?
So with respect to the cannabis regulations itself, we may be targeting at one point suppliers of narcotics, whether they're supplying cannabis or they're supplying different types of drugs, whether it be meth, fentanyl, whatever. We're basically looking at where the most damage is being done in the community, and we focused on those drivers. So if we're finding that the secondary crime types from drugs are being driven by cannabis, we might focus more on that. If I continue to have people dying in the streets from fentanyl, I'll be focusing more on the fentanyl dealers.
Okay, thank you. That answers my question.
Thank you. So the last key initiative we have up there is Public Safety and Community Wellness Initiative. And as a police chief, I ask myself, and I've been asked many times, what happens when you ask normal people to do abnormal things day in and day out? Sometimes they develop situations where they have to take a knee. At one point we said they were broken and mental stress. Now we say they take a knee, because that's what athletes do when they get hurt. They take a knee, they get better, they get treatment, they come back into the game. As a detachment commander or police chief, I'm committed to the men and women under my command. The Nanaimo RCMP has brought in psychologists at different times and held open sessions. After every traumatic event, we have what we call a CSID, a Critical Incident Stress Debriefing, because some of the stuff we do see is horrific. So we wait for a few days, and this is what our current medical technology is telling us right now. So wait a few days to process a bit, and then get together with psychologists and talk it through. By doing this, we find that people 2, 3, 4 years down the road don't have these incidents, because they're able to process it and able to go forward. And they're able, on their days off and to have functioning lives, they're able to keep coming back to work and producing. We see a lot of people who never went to get help back in the day because they were too tough or too macho, that they end up having to take a knee. And they're not taking a knee for a day or two, they're taking a knee for a year or two, and seeing psychologists every week. And some of these people are frankly hurting. So I, as a police chief, and they're my responsibility, making sure that they get the care and treatment that they need. So that's one of my key initiatives under community wellness, because community wellness also includes police officer wellness, and public safety is officer safety as well. So That's pretty much it for my presentation, Your Worship. Happy to take any questions you have or turn it over to my colleague.
Thank you very much, Superintendent. I suspect people are going to want to talk about the nitty-gritty on Monday at GPC. Is that fair to say?
Did you say 8 there? I thought it was
Councillor.
It's 1300 Monday, isn't it? Is it 8:30?
Are there people here with you who frankly, are there areas we should be canvassing while you have your folks with you today?
Yes, so I brought with me today Brad Satchuk and Anita Halliburta. She's the manager of police support services, and she's got a presentation as well.
Yes, there's one more presentation, Your Worship, for...
So this was just for the sworn officers, what we call sworn officers for the law enforcement officers. But
right.
The RCMP, we cannot survive as 144 RCMP officers. We need the 75 civilian support staff that help make things happen, keep the lights on. And Anita's the manager of those people, and she's going to come up and present, if I'm clear to go, Your Worship.
Thank you very much. Please.
Thank you. Good afternoon. So to follow up with Cam, so we are the group that supports the RCMP. So we provide a variety of administrative functions in working with the police. You can see we have administrative functions, financial functions, reception, which is our front counter, clerical that do all the files, our custodial, of course, that manages 3 sites, and guarding. This is our share of the budget. Some of the things for 2019, we were working on doing some flooring upgrades in our main detachment at 303 Prideaux Street. We have done a security review of our police parking lots, and it has been recommended that we install security gates, so that is something that is coming forward. We haven't completed any of the work for 2019, but it will be something that we'll be looking forward in 2020. And we just want to say thanks for the temporary parking that was provided to us. It has been a good thing for the detachment. Everybody's happy that they have a place to park when they arrive in the morning. The calls for service, as Superintendent Miller had mentioned, has gone up since the September 30th date. So with the additional files means that we need more staff to manage the volume that is coming in.
So I have to ask, it must take a lot of jam to go and try take something out of or damage a police vehicle, so the security gates. Literally, I'm just curious, what do people do?
That was the start when somebody had entered and tried to run down some members in the back lot. You want to go ahead and explain that?
Please. I'm just curious.
Yeah, so back in 2016, Your Honor, we had an individual come into the back parking lot and rev his car up. Some of our officers came out, and then he tried to run them down. What he did was he ended up hitting a dumpster. The dumpster went flying, smashed into a police car, damaged the back of one member. She has since medically retired because she can no longer do the job, and obviously caused a lot of trauma. So individual was then taken and processed before the courts. Other times we've had people walking through our backyard, our back parking lot. I think it was probably in the summer of 2018, we came out to a police car one morning, and then behind it was a box with some wire sticking out of it. So we shut off the back half of the detachment, called the explosive demolition unit to come in and neutralize the box. It turns out it was a hoax, but I can't take a chance. And at that time, all the cars around it were also mobilized too, so I lost half my police cars. So it is commonplace now in most detachments to put in a gate. Departmental security has come. And I don't know if you ever had a chance to go over to Ladysmith, but the detachment at Ladysmith also has a gate now too. I went over and saw that. So that's what we're sort of looking at doing, a way to increase safety.
Thank you. I was just curious. I grew up in an area where you didn't fiddle with police officers.
So some of our challenges for 2020 is space needs, as you're probably aware, and anybody who has had a walk through the detachment, how full we are. So every time we add additional bodies, whether they be police officers or support staff, we're always looking for a place to put them. So that is currently under review. And of course, the staffing of any of our support positions, it's not as easy as just advertising and finding somebody, because we always have that security clearance that can take. Right now, we have some people going through the process, and we've been advised it's a minimum of 12 to 14 weeks once all the paperwork has been submitted. Our budget. And some of the requests that we put in, so one thing I had put forward was a request for additional prison guards. What we did try during the summer months is putting on 2 guards from Thursday night through Monday morning, because typically that has been the busiest time for our cell block. That went over very well. It decreased the pressure on the individual single guard, because we've had some changes to our booking system, which has taken considerably more time for them to complete, as well as trying to continue with the 15-minute checks of people who are in the cells at the time. So this worked out really well for us, and we're hoping we'll be able to continue that on full time. We have some records clerks that are permanent part-time people. We don't work them part-time. We just have so much work, a part-time position doesn't work. So the request was to change those over to full-time. And that's it.
Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you, and thank you very much for the work you're doing. I hear you're doing an awesome job, so really appreciate that. We heard the superintendent talk about the trauma to the members, and I'm sure, having worked in that environment, that will happen with your staff too. Are there measures that you guys are doing with that through the city to deal with that?
Mental health has become something that's very important to all of us, so there is a lot of training that takes place, whether from the management side or from the support side, and as well, the staff at the detachment can go along to the debriefings. They're taken into consideration when there's a major incident. Great, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hemmons.
Thank you. I understand in 2017, when there was a reduction in prison guards, when the number was reduced, we moved away from gender-specific guarding. So with the increase, will we return to gender-specific guarding?
No, I don't believe so. We were just going to have 2 guards on duty when needed. Yes.
And has there been any issues with that?
Not
any
that
complaints?
I'm aware of, no.
Okay,
No.
thank you.
Anyone else? Councillor Bonner.
Thank you, Worship. I'm trying to find this part of the presentation as a business case. I remember seeing the full-time guards, but when I look in the police business case, which I would congratulate the RCMP, it's the smallest business case of all, even though you're taking up most of the money. And while we're asking that, is the question in terms of finance regarding the 3 RCMP officers, sorry, it's not about this. If we're not getting them right away, I guess, in terms of January, or we're getting them later in the year, so how does that affect our budget if they don't show up until later? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so Councilor Barnes, through your worship, so the positions have been requested and they'll be going live on April 1st. So on April 1st, we will then make a formal request to RCMP staffing to staff those positions. My professional best guess is 6 months. It'll be 6 months before we have bums and chairs, roughly. I mean, it could be 4 months, it could be 12 months. If we have a lateral constable coming out of the Kootenays and he or she has to sell their house, then it could be a little longer. If we have a cadet coming from the academy, we'll get a fixed date and they'll be here on that fixed date.
So in terms of our budget, would that show up then as a surplus? Because even though we put it in the budget, we're not using them?
I think Ms. Fuller might have an answer.
Through the
Sorry,
chair
you
to
just turned
Councillor
yourself
Bronner.
off.
First, just following up on the prison guards, in the police services business plan on page 8, there is a high-level summary of the business case for the 2 additional police guards. So it is in the business plan
Yeah,
there.
I remember seeing tab 8, yeah, because not in this
And
tab.
it's on page 8. Page 8. Yeah, 8-8. We have, and in regards to the RCMP contract, yes, we have, but the budget we received from E-Division has an April 1st start date. We also, of course, are not budgeting the contract at 100%, but if the officers show up later, also it depends where you're at on your staffing of the current 145 we pay for. Potentially we would have a surplus, but there's a lot of factors playing into there. We're only budgeting at 95%. If you have 145 officers starting January 1st, then we won't have a surplus from the officers starting later. So there's a lot of unknowns there. That's why we do our best estimate on what we think the staffing level will be.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you. I was just wondering if Superintendent Miller could explain that when somebody goes off past 30 days that the municipality no longer pays? Because I think that's important for council to know.
Councillor Armstrong, through your worship. So under the contract, what happens is if an officer goes off-duty sick, either for an injury or whatever type of injury, and they can't perform, and this includes maternity leave, after 30 days, they are taken off our books for funding, and the federal government then pays for them, so there's no cost. So, pardon me, the provincial government will pay for them underneath the provincial, the municipal policing agreement. So there's no cost. So what'll happen is if I have 145 officers, and one of them goes off sick for 30 days, on the 31st day, the city's only paying for 144 officers. Traditionally, on a year-over-year basis, we're running what we call 13 vacancies. So that's the equivalent of 13 officers that we don't have funded because they're sick. Now, somebody might be sick for 3 months, somebody might blow their hamstring out chasing a bad guy and they can't work for 4 months. 4 months later they come back to work, but in the intervening time somebody got an arm broken in a fight and stuff like that. Or somebody fell off their roof when they were fixing the roof on the weekend and, you know, broke their leg and can't come back to work. All these things. And when somebody's on a GRTW, a graduated return to work, we don't pay for their salaries until they hit 32 hours. So if they can only work 24 hours a week, we don't pay for that. That 24 hours is paid by health services and the rest is paid by the provincial government. And then once they hit 32, we're on the hook for the salary.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Councillor Marvin.
Oh, I didn't mean.
Right.
I like that question.
Ms. Gurry.
Thank you, Worship. I just wanted to note for the business plan, as was noted, it is tab number 8 because it's under corporate services. So online, Councillor Bonner, you'll find it up above the list there.
Any further questions? Thank you very much, Superintendent. Both of your, sorry, staff here. No, I know we're not adjourning yet. I just wanted to say thank you very much and we look forward to seeing you next week. Question period, Ms. Ambler, 6A, 3, 1, and 2, please.
Hello, everyone. I'm Darcy Ambler, for those of you that haven't met me. I just want to see if everyone can see me in the room. Yes? I just want to compare, and I guess it might be a rhetorical question, wondering if anyone can see the value of having 2 bright yellow flashing lights at a crosswalk that a pedestrian can activate, as opposed to someone wearing one of these crossing a road. Yes? Any hands up if somebody thinks?
I'll speak.
Go ahead, Zenny.
Absolutely. I mean, it's common sense. I think all of us would agree that actually having the flashing lights is more visible than having something there. And all the council is very conscious of what just happened at Bruce and Albion. And I live in that neighborhood. I live right there. And I can tell you every time I'm coming down 5th Street home now, I can definitely see the bright flashing lights for the crosswalk. It's being used all the time. I know that pedestrian safety is a priority for this council. We cannot instantly produce all of these all at once, but they are top of our mind, Darcy. So I just want to say we appreciate your feedback, but we are very conscious of pedestrian safety.
I appreciate that, Zenny, or Councillor. So this is in regard to the budgeting in relation to prioritizing pedestrian safety. And many of you have seen my emails with regard to this. We had a $300,000 pedestrian improvements unallocated fund that in July, a presentation was done by Mr. Sims, I think, asking for that money to be put toward a project on Halliburton Road. And I just wanted to point out that this is a pedestrian priority. And the project that was being done on Halliburton Road was a multi-use trail. There was already a full sidewalk all the way along the section of road that's being worked on. So from my point of view, 2 of those flashing pedestrian lights costs $25,000 from my understanding. We have a young man that was killed on the intersection of Hammond Bay Road and Ventura in March. We have a young woman that was severely injured very close to where I live. And we have had 2 people at that same intersection at Albion and Bruce be killed in that crosswalk. So to me, from a pedestrian prioritization standpoint, that would be a better use of the $300,000 than putting in a multi-use trail.
I'm not going to say this very eloquently with the details, but I do know that Halliburton was us taking advantage of something that was already occurring in utility upgrades or something. And so it wasn't that we identified Halliburton. We said, this is already taking place with funds coming from a different area. So why don't we couple it so we can save money for the city and still end up making those improvements? So that's why different things happen, is us trying to get the best bang for our buck. And it's not that the other things are out of sight, it's just that's why that happened to be on Halliburton, to the best of my knowledge.
And did include Regional District of Nanaimo funding.
What was?
And did include Regional District of Nanaimo funding. It wasn't just our project.
Yes.
Regional District of Nanaimo, and it presented that opportunity.
I understand that, but I'm just wondering if you can see from my point of view that pedestrians are given very little money for anything in the city, and because of the amalgamation and 40 years and whatever else, we've taken a fund that is supposedly used for pedestrians and used it for something that, yes, I understand that it saves money. I was an accountant at one time in my life. I get all that. But is that worth, to me, that's not worth as much as saving people's lives in a crosswalk. Or, it's like if you have a fund for your kids' boots and a fund for your husband's jacket, and you see a pair of boots that's on sale and both people need that, and you take the money from your husband's jacket and buy boots, you're not, your priorities are a little bit messed up. You could have found cheaper boots, and I don't know if I'm explaining that eloquently, but I'm just wondering with regard to the prioritization of pedestrian funds, because they're obviously very limited in this city. I'm probably the only person in the room that has walked the full length of the Boxwood Road. There's a wonderful new sidewalk there with boulevards and trees, and no one is ever likely going to walk on that section of road. Yet we have other areas where we're not willing to spend money. And
I think Mr. Sims, I thought you were going to respond to the Halliburton. Okay, all right. Councillor Turley?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to clarify, make a point that when you initially asked the question about the tag and the flashing lights, I don't think we should be diminishing the value of the tags, because it's not only just at intersections that people can be injured, it's other parts of the streets as well, and I firmly believe that those are a positive thing that we should do. So let's not say that either or. I think they both are important. So.
Yeah, I'm not saying either or. I will say that I walked across the intersection of Bruce and 5th yesterday. It was still daylight. I had a red flashing light on the front of me, a neon shopping bag. I waited for the one car in the four-way stop to give me right of way, and then a car zipped across the intersection. If I hadn't been watching, they would have hit me. So, and I was pretty visible. So.
Thank you.
I guess I'm sorry if I'm not asking questions. I guess what I'm wanting to know from Mr. Sims is what sort of a procedure does the city use to prioritize the different additions of sidewalks and crosswalks in Nanaimo?
Mr. Sims.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just might make a comment on some of the sidewalks that get built by developers. Like, for instance, Boxwood Road is a requirement of the developer to build that subdivision. So it meets the standards that Mr. Rosen was talking about a little bit earlier. And the city does indeed have a matrix database of prioritization for infilling of sidewalks. We're well aware that there's not a lot of sidewalks, as Mr. Lindsay said. We talked about earlier the sprawl that happened since amalgamation. We're busy filling in, and so we do have a prioritization matrix for some of those. But yeah, I'd leave it there unless there's any other questions.
Can I ask you a question? I'm sorry. Through, yes.
If you have another question, please ask it.
Mr. Sims, you, through the mayor, you said that Boxwood Road was a development, and the section of road that the sidewalk and the new roadway were put in, I don't see any development there. So I'm just wondering what...
I think in fairness, when land is subdivided, whether or not a building is constructed, there are requirements to put in those kinds of amenities, including sidewalks. When the developer chooses to erect a building is entirely on their schedule, but provision of the sidewalk has to proceed. It's part of the process. The developer may not put anything there for 20 years, not likely, but that's the principal way it works. For instance, go to a residential subdivision. You can have a 20-lot subdivision, the sidewalks will be all in, and the lamp posts up, etc., but there may not be a house on it.
Okay.
Same principle. Councillor Hemmons.
Thank you, Your Worship. Ms. Ambler, I really appreciate your advocacy efforts in this realm. And I really debated saying this, but prior to being a city councillor, I was a coroner. And through that work, I learned that sometimes a tragedy is just a tragedy. And from my perspective, and I say this having my eye on the budget and my eye on what staff are doing and my eye on what the political priorities of this council are, we're doing what we can to look after pedestrians. Now, would I love to see sidewalks everywhere? Of course, and flashing crossing signals everywhere. My children walk to school, they don't have sidewalks. Now, sometimes that's just the nature of how we go about building our city because we can't do it all at once, right? So for me, I would just hate to see what is a tragedy to have this kind of political fire behind it. Of course, it should be motivating us to do a better job. And I can't imagine that in future or in past, you're going to find a council that is more interested in active transportation policy. So I agree with you. What happened was a deep tragedy and has happened before in other crosswalks and just in cars and these things happen. We live in a time where, just being a human can be dangerous. So I would just hate to see us use a tragedy as a political tool. We really, I can't point to a single person around this horseshoe that doesn't have pedestrians and cyclists at the top of their minds when we're designing our streets. You heard the discussion, around 7th Street. This is something we're all interested in. What happened at that intersection was a tragedy, and sometimes tragedies just happen.
And I agree. My plan is not to use that particular incident as a political tool. I'm using that as an example of if perhaps, we don't know, if we weren't, I guess that's the other question I have is how long does it take to study a crosswalk before the pedestrian infrastructure is put in, like the flashing light?
I think the import of the question is, and correct me if I'm wrong, is, do the police have involvement in this? Does ICBC have an involvement in advising about traffic safety? And I think that's what Mr. Sims is going to tell us.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think a number of these questions can be answered offline, and you know, we're obviously happy to sit with any citizen and discuss these kind of things, but happy to answer the question as well, which it can take weeks or months to study a particular intersection, and perhaps even longer depending on conditions. And we do meet on a regular basis. In fact, this particular crossing and the very, very unfortunate incident that happened earlier this month is on the table for discussion with RCMP, ICBC, and City Road Safety Committee. These kind of things are, of course, the subject of investigations, and those are the things that often take a long time. I would add that every corner, everywhere two roads meet is a legal crosswalk. We've helped define that a little bit by painting lines, and then we've helped define that further by putting in flashing lights. It's just a comment, and that's all that is. It's just we're trying to do the right thing for pedestrians, but I'm not sure that it can prevent the tragedies that Councillor Hemmens spoke of.
Thank you.
Permission I'll try for one more.
One more question, yes.
So I'm just curious, again, this is in relation to crosswalks. There were 3 crosswalks put in last year. None of them, according to my research, had any sort of incidents at them. There's a new flashing light crosswalk on Summerhill and Dufferin Crescent, which I do not believe had any incidents at it. So why did those take priority over 2 intersections, one of which has had 3 serious incidents?
Again, we can speak to the specifics offline. I think the prioritization is based on the studies, which includes vehicular traffic, vehicular speeds, pedestrian use, and so on. And again, with unfortunate accidents and tragedies, it does make all of the parties involved take a sober second look. And this particular crossing, we're awaiting the RCMP investigation. It's similar to Hammond Bay Venture.
In fairness, Ms. Ambler, as I indicated to you in one of my responses, I appreciate the concern you bring to this and the passion you bring to this work. And I'm not being cold or hard-hearted when I say this, but until such time as an investigation is completed by the appropriate authorities that can tell us either publicly or inform ICBC out of any ICBC claims that may arise exactly what happened and who was responsible and how it happened, with the greatest respect, even 5 incidents at one intersection, 4 of which may be serious, doesn't mean that an intersection down the road where it doesn't attract press coverage or a serious injury, but there's 50 minor injuries, then becomes a question, which one do you look at? Sometimes, to follow on what Councillor Hemmens has tried to say, you have to look at what's the actual evidence. At this point, what happened with the poor young woman most recently, we don't know exactly. And I'm not sure exactly what issues were involved in the death at that crossing at Albion and Bruce, but having done a little ICBC work in my time when I was younger, there often are a multitude of factors that can lead to a tragedy, and that's one of the reasons, to be quite blunt, we have a Contributory Negligence Act when it comes to making a claim against a negligent driver on the assumption that the driver is wrong and the pedestrian is right, but it doesn't always work like that. So with respect, I've given you a lot of latitude on the questions today, but I think in fairness, Mr. Sims is quite right. We need to wait until we see what exactly caused this accident before we suggest that this is the greatest priority intersection that we have, or the worst, or whatever the case may be. There's probably a better argument, I think, in terms of signalization, for instance, with the intersection of 5th and Bruce. It's a busy 4-way stop with a lot of opportunities for accidents that are probably more likely to occur because it's a full-blown intersection. I mean, that's the one thing you do learn, that every intersection becomes a source of accidents. That's just the way it is. ICBC will tell you that, the police will tell you that. Every time you put up a stop sign, you create the possibility of an accident. It is the nature of traffic, the way it operates. How do we get people to improve their behaviors? That's a far bigger question than council can answer today, but I thank you again for your continued passion. But all right. Thank you very much. Motion for adjournment, please. Moved Councillor Martman, seconded Councillor Brown. All those in favor, motion carries. Thank you. Yep, Mr. Rudolph.
Reminder about Monday in case there's any ambiguity or the public might want to know. Just, Mr. Mercer was prepared to give you a 2-minute just reminder of the process for Monday. Sure.
Certainly. Ms. Mercer.
Thank you, Your Worship. I don't mean to stall the process of leaving today on a Friday afternoon, but just wanted to recap what we're going to do Monday. We will give you a PowerPoint presentation on the project plan. We won't go into a lot of detail with that because we've already done that last month when we had quite an in-depth discussion on projects. We'll go through what changes have been made since that presentation, and then we will go into a recap of the tax increase and the drivers in with that. We will have a couple of updates probably for revenue projections, so that might impact the percentage as well. So we will bring all that information to you on Monday. And then there will be an opportunity for council to make decisions on what you would want to include or take out or make changes.
Councillor Head. Sorry. Didn't mean to cut you off. Thought you were finished. Councillor Higgins.
Thank you. Sorry if I missed this. We've had a number of financial asks recently, the Symphony and Victim Services, et cetera, et cetera. Will we get a list of those on Monday? And okay,
yes.
Great.
So through your worship to Councillor Hemmons, yes. So the agenda that went out for the 25th, it lists a screenshot of each, or a slide for each one of those asks, and you have an opportunity to deliberate at that point as to which ones you want to add or not.
Great, thank you.
And whether we're Grinches or Santa will be dependent on what we decide to do. Ms. Gurry.
Thank you, Your Worship. And just in the afternoon on Monday at 1 p.m. will be the Governance and Priorities Committee meeting on public safety, and that will be here as well. So you're here all day Monday.
A full day, everyone.
Yay.
And with that, thank you for the patience. And with that, thank you for the patience of everyone and the reserve and behavior shown by staff in answering difficult questions. Thank you very much. We are adjourned. Councillor Bonner, you wanted to talk to me?